Hi, thank you for dropping in even though it's 4 a.m. over there. Well, today we are going to play Cinderella Phenomenon, and we are going to start on Fritz's route. I am not sure if we can finish it today. I'll try. I started pretty early today for me anyway, so hopefully I'm not sure. Hopefully my voice doesn't give out, but we'll try our best. And so this is a route I've been kind of dreading. I remember it being unpleasant, I guess, when I was, at least when I first played it, which is like a few years ago. I don't know, I don't remember much of it, but that's probably on purpose. Yes, but I just remember referring it to like the bad ending of all the good endings, I suppose. But yeah. Alright, so for anyone worried about Fritz and everyone else's route, I mean, I guess if I first played it through, I would be worried, but I mean, there's never really a clear what do you call it, closure for him, I guess. Except for that one route where he dies, but yeah, he's just not a very fortunate character. But either way, let's begin. Hopefully he'll get his happy ending. He will. I'll make sure of it. He will. Alright. Let's start. Wait. Continue or start? I forgot. Oh, right, alright. So this is the first part. I don't think anything matters for Fritz in over here in the prologue. I don't think so. Oh shoot, oh no, okay, yes. I did it, okay. No, I know I haven't gone to the right side before, so I was trying to get it so I could skip through for karma. I have no questions. We've been through this a few times already. It's worth knowing that Fritz's route is one of the locked routes. I think. Before you... Oh shoot, I got that one right for Rod. Oh shoot. Oh well. Before you get good endings for 2 other characters, I think. I still wonder why you're supposed to be mean to Rumpel, though. Like, for a lot of his choices. His route is it's not very intuitive, I would say. Broom's my favorite character. It's so cute. Alright. I can break the curtain. Yeah, there we go. We have started on Fritz's route now. Alright, time to be serious. Save. Alright. I can break the curse on my own! They offered to help, but that could have been because they felt pressured to. This curse is my problem and my burden. I will break it on my own. Perhaps doing my duties would be considered a good deed if I do them willingly. So if I sweep without the broom having to drag me around the room, I walk up to the broom. I cannot believe I am about to do this. The floors aren't that dirty, but I heard Anna's once say that there is no such thing as too clean. My mom's like that too. There's no such thing as too clean. Do my eyes deceive me? Isn't it the magic? Definitely not. The enchantment I put on the broom hasn't activated yet. Does that mean the princess is actually... If you're going to stand around, could you not do so in the center of the room? I am sweeping. There's no magic here. This is the most pathetic sweeping I've ever seen. She hasn't swept anything. She's just moved the dirt around the floor. It's in a perfectly even layer all over. What do you expect from someone who grew up in the castle and never had to do chores herself? Well, she's, trying very hard. That should count. I can hear Delora and Anna's talking about me in the corner of the room, but I make a point of ignoring their words. I set the broom back and wait. I do not know what signals the completion of a good deed, but I should know it when I see it. Will there be a flash of light? Will the piece of slipper appear in my hands or on my necklace? Whatever it is, I should have happened by now. You weren't expecting to have completed one of your deeds through sweeping, were you? Doing what's expected of you doesn't make you good. It just makes you normal. That's still a good thing. Oh, bless her. This is going to be harder than I expected. I stare in horror at the floor. Oh wait, this is a part where the broom drags her around again. I don't need any help. Who needs help? Alright. I head toward the dining area to get some water. The people sitting in the Martian are talking and laughing with one another. Everyone is included. Everyone has someone to talk to. Is this what friendship is meant to look like? You're making a funny face, is that? Are you trying to comprehend the wonders of friendship? How did you know? These people are also friendly with one another, despite their differences. Doesn't it warm your frozen heart? Until you consider that they're doing it only because they want something. All of them want to break their curses. They're all here because they hope to find clues. They come to the Martians simply to use other people for their own convenience. Is that goodness? Is this what I am meant to do? There's a difference between using people and them offering to help you, princess. There's a big, important difference. I don't understand. I didn't think you would. What you say is true, but it's not the whole truth. Everyone is here to break their curses, sure, but most are here for the camaraderie too, the understanding. It's why they keep coming back. What do you see, princess? In what? People talking, being together, laughing. Don't you see the happiness here? Being cursed is pretty terrible. Pretty terrible? You'd assume the curse would be constantly sobbing and bemoaning their bad luck, right? But there's none of that here. This is what being surrounded by good, kind people does. It can make a terrible situation bearable. It can make a person feel lighter. But what is goodness, then? Why are these people good when I am not? I cannot help but think about the looks they gave me when I arrived. Disdain, contempt, and anger. None of those emotions were good. Being good doesn't require you to be selfless or kind every moment of the day. Sure, these people want to break their curses, but for a time, for a meal, they can put what they want to the side and listen to someone else for a change. That in itself is selfless. Delora nudges me with her elbow. And that makes them good people. I look down into my mug, my mind swirling with considerations. The instant I look up, Delora has disappeared. A month has passed, and I have yet to complete even one good deed. We can skip. I've forgotten that Fritz is just away for most of the prologue. Alright. I'm super reluctant to choose you because I remember how horrible your route was, but alright. We have to it's a process. We have to go through it. Chapter 3, reunion, yay! Or boo, depending on with who. Whom, I think. I'm in town with Lost because Parfait needed supplies for her potions, and we were the only ones available to get them for her. I don't know why, but I feel on edge. Don't worry, princess, I won't let anything bad happen to you. Ooh, that sounds like a flag. Though you like a death flag. Though you know, you wouldn't even have to be here if Lady Parfait hadn't placed so many orders. I don't understand why she has to get everything today. Surely she can just pick up the rest tomorrow. If she was more patient, I wouldn't have needed to go out at all today for such a bothersome chore. Lady Parfait's been receiving a lot of orders lately. She needs to keep up with the demand somehow. Let's make this quick. Of course. My eyes wander to the shop right in front of me. This should be the place. How can I help? Oh, it's you. This is the witch who came into the Martian some time ago with mud on her shoes. What can I do for you two? We need all of the items on his list, please. Waltz holds out the list Parfait gave him. The witch surveys the list and gives a thoughtful nod. I'll collect these for you right away. It'll only be a few minutes. The witch disappears into her back room. I fold my arms as we wait, my thoughts drifting. We'll be finished before you know it, princess. Well, look who it is. Hello. Why do they keep calling her little girl? Like, what? Is that supposed to be menacing? Yeah, it seems like you're here again with your little friend. These are men that tried to rob me back when I was on the streets. Waltz quickly steps in front of me as if to shield me from the men. Can he even protect me? Oh, come on! She cleans up alright, don't she? I almost didn't recognize her, all neat. What do you want? Us? We don't want nothing, but we heard there's someone who wants you. And they're willing to pay more money than we could have ever gotten from you. I mean... The man reaches out to grab me, but Waltz slaps his hand away. The men's unwashed stench reaches my nose, and I try not to gag. Don't touch her. Wait, what's this? The witch reappears at the door, and the men back off slightly when she appears. None of your business. I think it is. These people are my customers. Stay out of the tag? Well, what? What? Hag? Yeah, hag? I slowly start when the witch leans forward and whispers to us. Listen. You both start running, okay? You run as fast as you can. Don't stop for anyone. You need to get back to the Martian. But don't you worry about me. I'll distract them for as long as I can. But you need to run. Go. Hey! Look alive, boys! This one itches. Waltz grabs my hand and pulls me with him as we run, not even turning back to look when we hear the shatter of glass. Ugh. She is a witch. Why would she help us? Because she is a good witch, princess. I'm sure she is only helping us because she wants to keep us in debt to her. We continue running against a current of people. I manage to keep up with Waltz for a time, but it is not long before my hand slips out of his and I am lost to the crowd. The minute I separate from Waltz, I stop. Panic begins to well up inside of me. Waltz! I frantically look around at the crowds, trying to find him, but I fail. I need to get back to the Martian. Slowly it dawns on me that I am in a part of a town that I do not recognize. I don't know my way around this area. I knew leaving the Martian was a bad idea. When I see Parfait again, I will give her a piece of my mind. I found her! Oh my god. They are persistent, I'll give them that. I immediately turn on my heels and run as fast as I can. I'm so panicked I cannot see what is in front of me. And you crash into Fritz, probably, yeah. I don't notice the man in front of me until I crash into him. I prepared to fall, but the man has braced himself just before I crash into him. We both somehow managed to remain upright. Excuse me, Princess? See? His voice. I look up in shock. Fritz? It really is you, Princess. How does he remember who I am? There she is. I have no time to think about this now. I grab his arm and pull him with me into a run. Why are we running? Somehow he is barely out of breath despite how long we have been running. It sends a sliver of irritation through me. I think those men want to sell me. Oh my god. What? I shake my head as I try to tug him forward again. However, Fritz does not budge. Princess, this is very irritating. We must keep moving. I see her! Oh no. Princess? Wait, Fritz is a knight. I trust I can manage these two fools. With one hand behind my back. With a nod, he doesn't even ask! With a nod and a confident smile, he turns to face the oncoming men. He moves to stand in front of me, effectively shielding me with his body. I mean, I guess that's part of his job. I was like, he doesn't even ask why. 2-on-1? I don't like your chances, boy. We got no... Can you not see this man has a sword? We got no business with you. We just want the girl. Run on home. She'll be more trouble than this is worth. You'll have to get through me first. Ha! And how are you going to stop us? With the sword! With this. with this. See? What is wrong with these people? Do they not see it? Fritz branches his sword and smiles at them. Fritz is second only to his father, so outcaster. He has ability with the sword. His skill is obvious just in the way he holds his blade. Waving around a sword isn't gonna scare us away, so what is wrong with these people? The girl's worth enough gold to sort out any scratches we might get. Oh, scratches, huh? That's very bold of you to assume that going up against a sword you'll only end up with scratches. Any closer, I'll do more than scratch you. Get him! Haha, that's gonna end up well. The fight is over as quickly as it starts, figures. I cannot keep up with Fritz's movements at first, but when I am able to focus on him again, the two men are completely immobilized. One is sprawled on the ground with Fritz's foot firmly planted on his back. The other is collapsed against the wall of the alleyway with the tip of Fritz's sword pressed against his neck. You want to question them? Fritz is completely unscathed. Figures? I sure hope so. I mean, he's your personal knight. I mean, he was your personal knight. I turned to look at the man against the wall, thinking he might be more capable of speech at this time. Who was going to pay you? Tsk. I'd answer her. I watch as Fritz presses his sword against the man's neck, enough to draw a gasp out of him. It was a witch! A witch? Watts insisted the witch we met was good, but this is just further proof that witches will always be inherently wicked. It was a witch, I swear! We got a note of your picture, then it burned to pieces right before our eyes once we read it! What did the note say? Just to get you to the witch in one piece. That payment will come when that happened. How much was the payment? Answer me. 1,000 gold pieces. A whole 1,000! 1,000 gold pieces would be enough to feed a family for years. Princess? Not just anyone would have that kind of wealth. They would have to be nobility. Royalty, even. Are witches disguising themselves as members of the aristocracy now? Aristocracy? Princess? Yes? What do you want to do with these two? I look at the men and feel something icy run through my veins. These men were going to abduct me. There's no telling what they would have done to me if they had caught me. Please, don't beg. What would your son say if he heard you? Oh, really? He has a family? Convenient? That does not matter. I mean, convenient to know that information now? That does not matter. Even if I had mentioned my family, it would not have made a difference. Wait. What did you do to her? Do to who? The woman at the shop. What did you do to her? Nothing that can't be fixed. Did you hurt her? When neither of the men answered me, I frown. I don't know why that witch was trying to save me, but she did try. These men cannot get away with doing whatever they wish. Answer me, what did you do to her? Nothing that won't heal. My god. The anger that was nothing but a small flame burns full force in my chest. They do not deserve mercy. Ugh. We had to do the right thing, huh? Spare them. It goes against everything I believe in. Spare them. Oh my god. Alright, alright. Okay. It's better be good. They deserve to be punished, but... These men were nothing but puppets to some other master. Fine, fine. Punishing them is a waste of time. It is an additional burden that I do not care to shoulder. Princess? Promise not to come after me ever again. Swear it. I swear on my life you'll never see me again. I swear it as well. Let them go. As you wish. Okay then, that was not fun. I did not like having to make that choice, but okay. Fritz and I leave the men behind in the alleyway. I sigh relief when the scenery around me becomes more familiar from here. I can probably find my way back to the Martian. Fritz is so unusually quiet that I barely notice him as I become wrapped up in my thoughts. What does a witch want with me? As far as I know, I've never done anything to a witch. Princess? I'm startled when Fritz talks. Yes? You let those men go. Against my will. I wasn't expecting you to. You showed them mercy when not everyone would have. Mercy? Is that what it was? I think Fritz just has more faith in my morality. I did not spare those men to save them. I spared them to avoid the consequences. It was difficult. I bet. The most meaningful shows of mercy often are, but... Why is he smiling at me like that? Because he did something good, supposedly. I noticed Fritz fidgeting. It is a sure sign that I have something else he wants to say. What is it? Where have you been, princess? One day you just suddenly disappeared. No one in the palace seems to remember you at all. Why am I the only person who can remember you? Could Fritz be... Are you cursed, Fritz? Fritz looks shocked. Are you talking about the fairy tale curse? Yes. No, of course I'm not. What makes you think that I am? If he is not cursed, how else could he know who I am? Are you a witch or a fairy? Fritz stares at me as if I have grown another head. I don't understand why you're asking me this, princess. I am definitely human. Could it be that he is somehow unaware of the conditions of his curse? I must speak with Delora and Parfait about this. Princess, what is going on? Princess? I need to get to the Martian as quickly as possible so I can speak to Parfait and Delora about what Fritz's curse might be. Waltz is probably looking for me as well. Oh right, Waltz. Then abruptly, Fritz puts himself in front of me, blocking my path. What are you doing? I could ask you the same thing. Where are you going? I am returning to the Martian. The Martian? It's a tavern for the cursed. I've been living there. Princess, are you saying that you've been cursed? Oh, I forgot that I haven't told him yet. Princess, I need answers. Please. I suppose you will not let me leave without an explanation. Not after you suddenly disappeared like that. Aw. Very well. Delora and Parfait will have to wait. Oh, nice room. Fritz is convinced the only place I would be safe is his house. I completely forgot this is what his house looked like. It's so nice. And I'm not in the mood to argue with him. I look around the modest living room. Modest? Oh, okay. I did not realize that you had lodging outside your room in the palace. I grew up here. I was older than usual when I started training to be a knight, so I spent a lot of time in this house. He walks over and hands me a mug of tea. The comforting scent of it and the realization that he has made it precisely as I prefer it makes something loosen inside me. Oh, it's so cute! That reminds me that I also need to drink something. Water. Fritz sits opposite me, his eyes bright and focused. Start at the beginning. Please, princess, I need to know in order to put my mind at ease. One night, I was in the palace, and then the next morning, I was on the street dressed in rags. I tell him about no one remembering who I am, and about my first encounter with the men that Fritz fought in the alleyway. I tell him how I was saved by those at the Martian. Yet I say nothing about Delora Parfait, and deliberately leave the identities of the Martian borers anonymous. I'm not sure why exactly, but I feel suspicion tugging insistently at me. Smart girl. How is it possible for someone to be unaware of their curse? Rumpel has amnesia, and even he knows he is cursed. Fritz said that he is human. I can trust him, right? I close my eyes, and will the impending headache away. Maybe Mother was right. Maybe it is impossible to trust anyone, including my knight. And what is your curse? Princess? Can I still trust you, Fritz? Oh, Fritz does not even bother trying to mask his shock. There is sadness as, oh no, poor Fritz. When have I ever betrayed you, Your Highness? Fritz has been loyal to me ever since he was assigned to me. Every person I've trusted has turned on me, apart from Mother. Even my beloved doll betrayed me. How can I be sure that Fritz will not do the same? I swore on my life that I would protect you, Princess. I would never lie to you or do anything that would put you in harm's way. Cinderella. I have to complete 3 good deeds to break it. Cinderella? Are you sure? That fairy tale is about... It's been reversed in my case. Oh, that makes sense. What will you do now? Return to the Martian. I must break my curse. Her circumstances are kind of reversed too, because she's mean to her step-family, while in Cinderella, her step-family is mean to hers. I can't allow that. Unless I stay at the Martian with you. What? Why? I have been wondering where you were this whole time, Princess, trying to find you. And now I've found you, I must resume my duties. I need to protect you, and I want to make sure you are safe by staying with you. You are no longer my knight, Fritz. You work for Emmeline now, don't you? I'm not her personal knight. I work in shifts of other guards, so I'm not expected to stay the whole day. That doesn't change the fact that you're not Lusette's knight now, though. Besides that, I am your knight, and I intend to fulfill that role until you no longer need my services. Oh my god, that's so cute. I failed to protect you from being cursed. Let me protect you this time, Princess. Fritz is very capable. No doubt he will be able to protect me better than anyone else at the Martian. And who knows how many people receive the witch's note. The witch wouldn't even need to enter the Martian herself, so long as she has others there to capture me. No matter where I am, I'm not safe, especially when I have no idea who I can trust. Stay here. Stay with me. Oh. I'll be able to be with you. I can keep you safe. It won't be for long, just until I can get you back into the palace where you belong. And how will you do that? Nobody apart from the cursed, the witches, and the fairies remember that I am the crown princess. I still remember you. You must be cursed as well, Fritz. There is no other explanation. Smart girl. I would think I'd remember if I'd been cursed, princess. I would be inclined to agree. Even Rumpel, who'd forgotten everything else, remembered that he'd been cursed. But then, what could Fritz's fairy tale be? Oh, that's so cool. With that transition, the lighting. I hadn't truly intended on staying with Fritz, but somehow the day passes by without me noticing. Before I know it, night has fallen. It is far too late to attempt to return to the Martian on my own now. Even if, for some reason, Fritz allowed me to leave his house. Isn't this a little, what do you call it, like, imposed imprisonment? I don't know. You can stay in the guest room, princess. My father returns here and, I completely forgot his dad. Also, is here, and we know how he is from the other routes. My father returns here at night, after his duties for the day are over. I'd almost forgotten. Sir Alcaster Liverton, Fritz's father and the commander of the Order of Caldera. I thought he'd have his own room at the palace like you do. My father has never stayed the night at the palace, as far as I know. Interesting. He always comes back to sleep here, no matter how late he leaves the palace. Interesting. Or how early he has to get up to return there. Interesting. Good evening, father. Alcaster looks at me, then Fritz. Who is this? The weight of his stare makes me feel like looking away, but I manage to stare back at him coolly. This is Lucette Viola Britton, daughter of King Daenerys. Why? Daughter of King Daenerys Britton III and the crown prince of the kingdom Angeal. Why, Fritz? Why? Like, what did we just why? Why? I'm not in the mood for games, boy. See? No one's gonna believe you. It's the truth. I told you about her when she disappeared, that she'd been forgotten. Nonsense. She's been forgotten because of the fairy tale curse. Why are we telling him this? I mean, I get he's your dad. Sir Alcaster's eyes are cold and calculating. I do not like the way he's looking at me. Well, I guess if he doesn't tell her, I guess if he doesn't tell him, he has no way to convince him to let her stay, but... What is your fairy tale? I do not want to tell him. Sir Alcaster's gaze grows colder as his question is met by a long stretch of silence. I only relent when I see Fritz about to answer for me. Cinderella. I trust you will break your curse, princess. Sir Alcaster says nothing more, and I'm surprised when he simply walks away, into a bedroom and away from us. The door closes behind him and Fritz and I are left alone. It'll make things easier if he believes us. I saw a look in his eyes. I doubt he believes us. That would be too simple. Ooh, pretty. Sleep does not come easily, even though this bed is significantly more comfortable than the bed at the Martian, although that balcony makes me kind of uneasy. What if Fritz's curse be? I sit up in bed when I hear footsteps outside. I stare at the clock. It is almost 2 in the morning. You are late. My apologies. That is Sir Alcaster's voice. But I do not recognize the other one. Come, we have much to discuss. The sound of footsteps slowly fade and silence descends once more. I suppose being the commander of the Order of Caldera means that he is always busy. But working at this time? I wonder what workers' rights are like. Soon enough, my exhaustion coaxes me back into slumber. What are they like in this world? I close my eyes and let my desire to sleep win over my curiosity. Or maybe it works differently for, royal staff in the palace or something. It's true, she definitely takes after you-know-who. I heard that rather than speak to people, she only ever speaks to her dolls. I can believe that. She seems a little weird in the head. She is so strange. I can't believe she is going to be queen one day. Oh, good morning, Your Highness. Please excuse us. Oh, man. Despite my exhaustion, my sleep is brief with all the thoughts whirling through my mind. This is a big living room for a place that only has 2 residents. When I feel it is late enough, I finally step out of bed and make my way toward the living room. Sir Alcaster and Fritz are both there, but they fall silent at my entry. Sir Alcaster? Princess? Are you leaving for the palace? Yes. Will you be able to get the princess back into the palace? I will inform Mifrose of the situation. Sir Mifrose? But father, Sir Mifrose won't... Mifrose will work as quickly as possible to resolve this. In the meantime, she will be safe here, won't she? I'm standing close enough to Fritz, I notice his body posture stiffen. I see a way he clenches his hands into fists, and a way he squares his shoulders. Of course she is. I am her knight. Then there's no problem. You and Sir Alcaster do not seem very close. Fritz sighs. He looks somewhat flushed, though it doesn't seem to be out of any embarrassment. Princess, should I not have said anything? Answers! Answers! Press the issue! Answers! Ah, shoot. Okay. I noticed the way he spoke to you, and in the palace I never saw the 2 of you together. I didn't think you would notice. Why? You're my knight. I spent a lot of time with you, so of course I'm aware of how others treat you. He's like, she noticed me. I also know what it's like to be distant from your own family. That's true, that's true. If you do not wish to speak of such matters, you do not need to. Thank you, Princess. Fritz clears his throat before he turns to me. His smile is so bright it seems to light up his face. Oh, he's adorable. Would you like to get breakfast? I happen to know where the best baker in all of Angio sells her croissants. The thought of croissants makes my mouth water. I'm at the door in seconds. Aw, he knows what she likes. What are you standing around for? I'm hungry. We leave at once then. Alright, hold on, let me drink some water. Alright. The shortest route to the bakery from Fritz's house leads us past the palace gates. Princess, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to... Fritz's voice fades into the background while I notice a royal family eating their breakfast outside. Emmeline sits underneath the shade of a cherry blossom tree, reading aloud from some book in her hands. Rod is smiling as he pours tea for all of them, and Ophelia is looking on with clear love in her eyes for the family that surrounds her. The king laughs at something Emmeline is saying. He looks happier than I have ever seen him before. They truly are happier, now that I do not exist with them. Father has never once looked at me the way he is looking at them. They can't miss what they don't remember. That's so true. I'm sorry for bringing you here. I should have known it would be difficult. How could you have known? You're my charge. It's my job to know. Exactly how much does he know about me? I realize we have been walking as Fritz talked. The palace gates are well behind us, and the royal family is thankfully out of earshot. Here we are. The variety of breads and pastries in the window of the bakery make my heart skip a beat. It has been a long time since I have seen such delicious-looking pastries. Pick anything you want, princess. Anything? Whatever you want. I know how much you like your pastries. Ugh, he's so cute. Maybe I'll finally see you smile. Oh, he's so cute. What? Go on in, princess. I'll be right behind you. Oh my god. Fritz and I returned to his home to eat our pastries. They truly are the best croissants I've ever had. As we come to the end of breakfast, Fritz turns to me, a hesitant expression on its face. Princess? Yes? I hate to say this, but I'm expected at the palace today. I'm afraid I have to ask you to stay here on your own. But the people at the Martian... I was planning on returning today to explain why I haven't been back. But it's not safe for you outside. I understand, but there are people I must see. I will not stay here for much longer. Can I really not change your mind about staying here? I know that Fritz can certainly keep me safe. But I cannot shake the feeling that I am safer at the Martian. Even if it means having to stay with the witch that cursed me. When I do not answer, Fritz sighs and shakes his head. Very well. I will ask for a day off so I can personally escort you back to this... Martian. Tomorrow. Sorry? Take me back tomorrow. Tomorrow, then. I spend the day looking around the house. This home is so impersonal. You never know two different people live here. The rooms are so empty. Even I have my dolls in my room. As I walk about the living room, I notice a broom standing forgotten and alone in a corner. I suddenly remember the broom Delora enchanted for me. I did not miss that broom. Aww. But this one could definitely use a ribbon. Princess? Fritz, that was fast. I have something for you. Oh? I found this doll in my room at the palace. She's one of yours, isn't she? The Delora doll was still in my room? But how? I thought, oh, are they separate? Are they separate entities? Huh? She is... I thought so. Oh, I thought... Wait. Unless that... Yeah, isn't it... I thought the Delora is the doll, and the doll is Delora. Huh? I thought so. Isn't she one of your favorites? Yes, she was. Until she cursed me. How did she get into your room? No idea. Oh. Alright, so I guess that is her. No idea. Perhaps one of the maids left her there. But I thought you'd like it if I brought her back for you. Is she gonna start talking now? After finishing dinner, Fritz excused himself to run more errands, so I returned to my room. Earlier, when Fritz had given her to me, I threw Delora on my bed. Delora. Now I turned to- oh, there we go. Now I turned to glare at her, and all at once the doll comes alive with a sigh. Would you believe me if I said I was worried? I honestly thought you were going to act like you didn't recognize me. It made me happy that you said I was your favorite, Lucette. You were my favorite. You wound me, princess. What are you doing here? Do you have any idea how worried Parfait was? When Watts came back alone and told us what happened, well, Parfait and Alice went into hysterics. The boys and Jurian looked like they were going to commit murder. When you didn't come back that night, I had a lot of trouble convincing everyone to see at the Martian when they wanted to look for you. Especially Waltz. You have no idea how guilty you felt after losing you like that. Poor Waltz. They were looking for me. Princess? Why didn't you come back to the Martian? I was going to, but Fritz is overprotective. That's one way to put it. I know it's not... Hush! Don't hush! I stop myself when I hear footsteps just outside the door. This is entirely unnecessary. The Waltz have ears, Sir Alcaster. The two men walk away, leaving the hallway silent. That is just another one of Sir Alcaster's late-night errands. But my words die in my throat when I turn to Laura and see as she is eerily silent, her forehead furrowed. This presence. Delora? It is weak, but it's there. I can feel it. Delora, what are you talking about? Finally, Delora looks at me slowly, as if just now recognizing we are both in the same room. This is bad. We must return to the Martian. Now. Okay. Chapter 4. Mask. I watch as Delora paces on the floor along the side of the bed. You're a witch. Can't you just teleport us out of there? Out of here? Teleportation and portals are high-level magic that only the bearers and select few can cast. I look closely at her. So you cannot cast that spell. I would have cast already if I could, princess. That's true. I had thought with all the bluffing you do that you will be more capable. Any more sass now turn you into a toad. You wouldn't dare. Or would I? I glare at her, but she does not look away. Arguing would not get us out of here. There's a balcony! We need to get back to the Martian. Why can't we just ask Fritz to help us? It would be easier that way. I don't understand why he can't just come with us. I don't trust him. That means nothing coming from someone as untrustworthy as you. Well, I can say with certainty that I am the most trustworthy person you have right now, dear princess, and I can also promise that you are not safe here. Now, I insist Fritz come with us. I know he has the curse, which means he should be welcome there. No, until I can prove that he can be trusted, he is not welcome. He might be the same as Alcaster. The moment Delora mentions Sir Alcaster, she suddenly stops speaking. She shakes her head and turns away. What does Sir Alcaster have to do with any of this? Nothing. You should concern yourself with... Nothing you should concern yourself with. You're still the most suspicious one here, witch. That's it. I've run out of patience. I'm done waiting around, princess. We are going back to the Martian right now. And how do you suppose we'll sneak past Fritz? There's a balcony! Dolores smiles at me. The mischief in that smile is all too familiar. Oh no. I am a witch, princess. I walk alongside Delora as we make our way back to the Martian. Delora is now in her human form, humming cheerfully. So, what did you guys do? Not what you were expecting? No. Sometimes simple is better. Why use a spell when a potion will do the trick? That's why she had me distract Fritz at dinner. Was the sleeping potion in his cup? Ah, perceptive. Yes, nothing can wake him from his slumber. But he will wake up? Oh my god. Please, I'm a good witch, remember? I don't do the killing thing. The killing thing. Now, pick up the pace, princess. We have a meeting to get to. You make it back to the Martian without incident. Jerry and Garland are waiting for us inside. As soon as they see us, they dart toward the door. You made it. We were worried that we might need to break in to get you both out. Don't sound so surprised. I told you I could handle this. Then why did it take you so long to return here? Because someone was being stubborn and refused to leave without her knight. You weren't followed? Of course not. I'm very glad you're alright, princess. Fritz is my personal knight. The time I spent with him was the safest I felt since I've been cursed. It felt more normal. I know he is dependable and will do whatever I ask of him. It is his job to protect me after all. Not anymore! I barely know these people. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I'd rather be with Fritz, but... something about Sir Alcaster puts me on edge. Her intuition is really good. As you can see, the princess is perfectly fine. She hasn't thought at all. Jerry ignores Delora and fixes her gaze on me. We were very worried when you suddenly disappeared, princess. I stare at her, confused. What was there to be worried about? I was with Fritz. I know that the circumstances may not have been the best, but Fritz protected me. And I had plans to return to Martian at some point. Why does anyone here care what happens to me anyway? Where is Parfait? Well, she isn't here. She's barely been back since you left. What? Ever since we got your message that you found the princess, Lady Parfait has been absent from the Martian. She returns, but only ever briefly. Does she stay where she goes? No. She won't answer even if someone asks. Just smiles that fairy smile of hers and says nothing at all. Drives me crazy when she does that. What is going on? So the fairy we need to see isn't here. I thought that I wanted to return here, but now that everyone knows I am safe, it's fine to return to Fritz, isn't it? I feel uneasy being around so many people that are openly keeping secrets from me. Then there is no reason for me to be here. I can return to Fritz. No. You are in no position to order me around. I will go back and no one will stop me. I begin walking toward the door when I hear Delora sigh heavily behind me. Alright. Keep your dress on. I was not planning on removing it. It's a figure of... Oh, never mind. Look, just give me a few seconds, okay? I need to get some things and then we'll go back. We? Don't even think that I'll let you go back alone, princess. I'm left alone with Jurian and Garland. Are you really staying at Alcaster's home? I'd almost forgotten that Jurian and Garland had served under Sir Alcaster's command when they were still in the Order of Caldera. Yes. The two foreign knights are uncharacteristically quiet, their expressions dark. Is something wrong? Are you sure you're safe there, princess? Of course. Fritz has been my personal knight for the last 3 years. I know that he will protect me no matter what. Just be careful around Alcaster. Did something happen between you and Sir Alcaster? I'd still be a part of the Order of Caldera if it weren't for him. It was said that Jerry and Garland had been discharged for disobeying Sir Alcaster's orders, but... is that the whole truth? Here, he's a two-faced traitor, if I ever saw him again. Jurian, what happened? It's nothing to worry about, princess. Delora told me the same thing. What exactly are they hiding about Sir Alcaster? She should be worried about it. Damn it, of all the people in Angio, she should know what he is planning. Someone calls. We turn to see Delora standing there, looking at us expectantly. What did I miss? Jurian was telling me about why she left the Order of Caldera. Was she? I had never seen Delora glare at anyone the way she is glaring at Jurian. Eventually, the former knight turns away. Let's go, Garland. Stay safe, princess. You too, Lady Delora. Didn't you want to return to Knight's house? Why are you stalling now? You know something about Sir Alcaster being the reason for the knight's discharge, don't you? Yes. Well then why are you insisting on keeping it a secret? You lived in the palace before and heard the rumors. You were content with them. Why are you suddenly taking so much interest in all of this now? Because you and the knights are clearly hiding something about him. Curiosity can kill a cat, little princess. Besides, none of this is important right now. You have other things to focus on, like breaking your curse. What have you done these past few days, Nothing, that's what. It's like you want to remain Little Miss Peasant forever. The only reason I'm in this position is because of you, and you have done nothing to help me. Excuse me? All I've ever gotten from you are insults and snide remarks. I have been trying my best, but you of all people should know how difficult it is for me. I stopped talking at once. The anger and frustration inside me makes it difficult to form words. Delora has been with me for almost a year now. She should know how difficult it is for me to be good. But she never understood. She still cursed me. It is as if she is mocking me. I turn away from Delora and then head towards the door. Princess, wait! I have better things to do than get insulted by a witch. I have done nothing but think about how to break the curse she put on me. How dare she... Princess! Waltz! Waltz! No! No! I don't want... Aw, poor Waltz. Keep walking. I don't have time for this. I ignore Waltz and continue walking. Waltz reaches out and takes hold of my arm, forcing me to stop. What are you doing? I'm leaving. Leaving? Do you know how worried everyone's been? How worried I was? We're not on your route right now, you can't do this. As you can see, I am fine. I will be even better when I am away from the Martian, so I am leaving. 3 days. What? I haven't seen you in 3 days. You're just going to brush me off? I've been spending all my free time looking for you after we got separated that day. Did you know how bad I felt when I lost you? If something had happened to you, I would never have forgiven myself. Delora sent you her message. Yes, but even then all we knew was that she was with you. That didn't mean you were safe. I yanked my arm out of his grasp. It would have been perfectly safe even if Delora wasn't with me. In fact, I would still have my old life if she had never cursed me. Princess. You found her! Karma suddenly standing before me, smiling with relief. We were worried about you, darling. It's good to see that our princess has returned. We have so much to catch up on. You should come inside. She says she's leaving. What? But why? She says she's fine about us and can't understand why we've been worried. I think Delora has something to do with the situation. What did she say to you, Princess? Nothing she didn't need to hear. Insufferable witch. Sounds like a catfight to me. Karma, you might want to keep your nose out of other people's business. I'm not staying here any longer. You cannot stop me from leaving. I turned on my heels and began to walk off. Princess, let her go. What? But outside she needs some space to think. Don't go too far though, Princess. Are you daft? I said I'm not coming back. You will if you value your life, Princess. I cannot quell the irritation stirring in the pit of my stomach. I turn on my heels and walk off. It's so peaceful here at night. The sound of approaching footsteps makes me stop. Standing out here alone in the darkened plaza does not bode well. I quickly slide into an alleyway and stand with my back to the wall, hoping the shadows will keep me from sight. Why are you following me? That voice from the other night. You noticed, Sir Alcaster? Don't think I'm a useless idiot like the boy. Of course I noticed. I would take care in remembering that me and the boy are nothing alike. Don't think you can fool me, Varg. Varg? I have to know. I move silently, sticking my head out at an angle so I can see the man standing before Alcaster. The plaza is empty except for two people. Sir Alcaster is looking at a man that wears an elaborate mask. I notice he also carries an odd-looking cane. That must be Varg, but who is he and how does Sir Alcaster know him? I've never seen anyone like him in the past before. What would I want to fool you for? Then explain why you're out here when you haven't been ordered to come to the plaza. Tell me. You wanted the princess kept safe, didn't you? Do not be flippant. You know we serve Mephrose in this. What? What does Sir Mephrose want? Is the princess not in the house? Would I be out here if she was? Do not be smart with me. Sir Alcaster just punched him like it was nothing. What the fuck? That escalated quickly. How is he still standing? That blow should have knocked him to the ground. Answer me clearly. Has she left the house? Sir Alcaster's voice is eerily calm and level, despite the fact that his body is still tense. Yes. You will find her before dawn. I don't answer to you. I will not repeat myself. Answer me. Apparently he does. Yes, I will find her. Good. I watch as Sir Alcaster walks away, leaving Varg to stand alone in the dark plaza. I can barely breathe as I stand watching him, waiting for some kind of movement. It looks like Sir Alcaster has ordered him to keep me safe. But I do not know of this arrangement and will not trust him. The sound of shattered glass echoes across the plaza. Varg immediately rushes off to investigate, moving away from my hiding spot. I feel myself instinctively follow after him, despite my mind's logical protests. Hush. Delora places her hand over my mouth to muffle my voice. We both watch Varg until he disappears, and there is nothing but silence for company. Then and only then does Delora move her hand away from my mouth. That man, did you catch his name? What? His name. Sir Alcaster called him Varg. Varg. Who is he? Judging by the mask and cane, he probably works for the witches. At least that's what Parfait and I think. Looks like he's working for Sir Alcaster too. We look up and notice Karma and Waltz running toward us. Here comes the cavalry. Late, as expected. Waltz looks winded, but that does not stop him from glaring at me. Don't ever do that again. And what is happening here, huh? You two look awfully suspicious hiding out in an alleyway. None of your business. I'm surprised when Delora takes my arm and pulls me away from Waltz and Karma. Where are you going? Mysteries are afoot, kid, and we're not going to solve any of them by waiting around in the Martian for Parfait to return from her business. Where are you taking the princess and why? That's a good question. Delora, we all decided that the Martian is the safest place a princess can be. Technically, the princess is safest wherever either Parfait or I can keep an eye on her, and now we have an excuse for the princess to be somewhere else. She speaks as if I'm a child to be babysat. I've got some questions that need answering, and I'm going to need the princess to get them solved. Besides, she's directly involved in some mess and she wants answers too. Something seems off about this whole thing. Sorry to say, but your opinions on this matter are irrelevant. Let's go, Lucette. Delora. The solemn expression on Waltz's face is foreign to me. There is darkness in his eyes, a warning. I trust you. As you should. Delora nods, then turns back to me. We'll be in touch. Let me know when Parfait gets back. Our trip back to the Leverton home is silent. Delora has reverted to her doll form. I hold her close to my chest. Both of us are quiet. I am lost in my own thoughts. I wonder what questions Delora has that I could possibly help her with. Delora... Princess? We speak at the same time. Alright, you first. Or not, I'll go first then. I want to apologize. Don't look so surprised. I can admit when I'm wrong. That's a lesson you need to learn too, but that's for another day. I know you've been working to break the curse. I know you've been putting a lot of effort into it. And I know why it would be difficult for you to accomplish 3 good deeds. I want you to know that I do want you to succeed, Princess. Most of the time it doesn't feel that way. I'm sorry. I wouldn't have cursed you if I didn't think you were capable of overcoming it, Lucette. I truly believe you will break your curse. We turn onto the path that leads to Leverton home. I pause to squint at the oddly shaped shadow by the doorway. I quickly slip off the road and behind the nearest obstacle. It's dark, but is that... Delora has not seen what I have. She keeps talking. More to the point, you must break your curse. It's vital that you do as soon as possible. That's a very good reason why I slap my hand over her mouth to muffle her. I have only just managed to hide her when the shadow moves. The moonlight glints off its mask for just an instant, but it is enough. It's Varg. You start to turn in my direction. Ah! Thank God it's not timed, but stay still. So I guess we can confront him? I freeze in place. There is no one here. Look away. Look away! Delora is still struggling in my arms. I do my best to still her with my hands. If she gets us caught. And then, as if by magic, the clouds move, obscuring the light of the moon. An inky black, almost unnatural shadow falls over me. After a heartbeat, he turns away from me. I watch as he slips around the side of the Leverton home and disappears from sight. I run back to the plaza, but Waltz and Karma are no longer there. What do I do now? Not even a thank you? Delora pops her head out of my pocket, shaking out her hair. I just moved some clouds and played with some shadows to keep us hidden from a crazy masked man, but, you know, I do that all the time. That was you? Well, it wasn't the wind. I had no idea she had such power. Well, hello there. Ah! I whirl around, once again keeping my hands over Delora to hide her from sight. If it isn't the Crown Princess herself. Surely good princesses shouldn't be out on their own at this time of night. But then, you're not all that good, are you? Good girls do what they're told and stay in one place, but you're not one for letting people keep you ruined in place, are you? Do you have any idea how long I've been looking for you? Where are my manners? I haven't introduced myself. He sweeps into a deep, elegant bow. I'm Varg, Sir Alcaster's humble servant. He told me about your issues. He's asked me to keep an eye on you, make sure you're safe. I already have a personal knight. Oh, could have fooled me. Haven't seen him around, have you? Fritz. Looks like he's slacking off to me. Fritz is not slacking off, he's just under the influence of an extremely potent sleeping potion and is unable to wake up. Also, we could sneak out. This is all my fault. The Crown Princess shouldn't have to make excuses for a knight, don't you think? Sounds like he's pretty incapable. Varg approaches and holds out his arm. I'll escort you back. I stare at his arm, but do not take it. Varg tilts his head to the side. I cannot read his expression through his mask. Don't you trust me, Princess? How can you not read his expression through his mouth is not, like, half of his face is not obscured. I mean, huh? And you can see his eyes. I mean, is it really that big of a difference? Don't you trust me, Princess? No. What were you expecting? Wasn't expecting you to be honest. I thought princesses were meant to be shy and sweet all the time. You know, like Emmeline. I'm not Emmeline. So I am learning. Varg reaches out and grabs my hand. He places it in the crook of his arm with a smug smile. Let's go. I can do nothing but follow as he forces me along. I do not appreciate being dragged. And I don't like waiting around for something that's not going to happen. This is for your own safety, Princess. He flashes an almost predatory smile at me, his teeth startlingly bright in the darkness. Oh, that's so creepy. He says he is meant to keep me safe, but I feel like he is going to devour me. Ugh, I hate that word. I'm still shaking when I return to my room in a Leverton home. Aww. I have already heard Varg leave the house, but I'm not convinced the lock on the front door will keep him out. Well, that was exciting. That's one way to put it. Are you alright? I cannot show weakness. Not now, not ever. I am fine. I never knew there was a back door to this place. Pretty convenient for sneaking past your guard dog, isn't it? Wonder how Varg knew that door existed. Hey, chin up. You did well back there. I froze. I did nothing. I was useless. There's something you could have done. He already seems to be an accomplished tracker. But nothing. If anything, this is my fault for not being able to protect you. And I do not know why I'm so afraid of Varg. He works for Sir Alcaster. He wouldn't hurt me. She has that look again. Is it because of her suspicions of Sir Alcaster? Or because she suspects that Varg is serving the witches? Alcaster mentioned Sir Mephros before, but I have no idea how he plays into any of this. No point worrying about it now. We're not going to get answers just by staring at the wall. Might as well get some sleep. What aren't you telling me, Delora? An awful lot, Lizette. And I'm not going to tell you anything until tomorrow morning, so go to bed. I do not think I'll be able to sleep tonight, unless... Delora? Yes? It is strange because I had thought that I outgrown his tendency, but I used to do this all the time. Can I hold you until I fall asleep? I think I see a glimmer of a smile on Delora's face. Of course. Aw, she's adorable. I grab Delora and hold her against my chest. Her weight and shape are familiar and comforting. When I was in the palace, hugging my dolls made me feel like I wasn't alone. Sweet dreams, Lizette. My queen. Her voice, it's familiar. Fate and the traitors approach. The Tenebrarin grows weak. Mother? You will prevail. You are far stronger, far more beautiful. Enough. My beauty is irrelevant. The tide of the war is turning. We must consider our options. But your majesty, if I must wait for my revenge, then I will. What will you do? As my queen commands. My faithful student, you will be rewarded for your loyalty. And the traitor will be damned for his betrayal. Believe in me, believe in us. We will be victorious. The humans and the traitors will pay. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding. I can't remember. The details of the dream are already fading from my mind, but the dread still hangs on my chest like a dark, heavy cloud. It must have been a nightmare. Princess? I turn and see Fritz standing in the doorway, his eyes filled with concern. I didn't mean to... I heard you and I... Are you okay? Fritz. Maybe it's the stress of what happened with Varg. Maybe it's the nightmare I just woke from. Or maybe it's a relief of seeing a familiar face. But suddenly there are tears in my eyes. Princess! Fritz. Hug her, yes! Yes, he got the memo. And suddenly Fritz's arms are around me. I am pressed close to his warm chest. I can hear his heartbeat. Do you want to talk about him? Yeah, let's talk about it. I cannot remember it clearly, but I believe it was a nightmare. I can remember Mother's voice, the cruel, wicked contempt of her voice. It was terrible. A sudden coldness lies over my body, making me shiver despite Fritz's best efforts. Still, he does not slip away. His closeness once again comforts me after some time. He is so warm. You know, Princess, I'm glad I could comfort you this time, even if I was never able to before. How did you know I had nightmares? It was on my night patrols. Sometimes I would pass by your door and hear you. You never said anything. Fritz runs his hand through my hair, his touch gentle and comforting. Why is he still clad in armor? I'm just realizing, like, his hand. It was never my business, personal night or not. I figured if you ever needed to tell anyone, I'd be there for you. Ah, that's so sweet. Ah, too sweet. I only know time is passing because of the shifting shadows in my room. Not sure why not sure I understand why Fritz even started liking her, though. And too soon the room brightens with the dawn of a noonday. I feel safe. I had forgotten Delora was with me, but now she squirms subtly in my grasp, a small flutter of motion that does not even catch Fritz's eye. When Fritz moves away, I quickly hide Delora behind me. Why are you smiling at me like that? Oh, he's so cute. It's just nice to know that some things don't change. What? Oh, Princess, you didn't have any of the tea I served yesterday, did you? The tea that we slipped the potion into. Now he's brought it up, I have no idea what to say. I manage a weak shrug of my shoulders and shake my head, telling him that I did not. You should really try it sometime. I haven't slept so well in a long time. I feel remarkably refreshed. I feel Delora shaking behind me. I can tell that she is trying not to laugh. I pinch her arm. Sure. He lets go of me and stands up. Speaking of tea, it's actually time for breakfast, but we'll pass on the tea today. Did I ever tell you about the best bakery in Angiel? No, I think you told me about the best baker. Oh, but Princess, they're two different things. There are all kinds of shops in the town plaza. Two different things. The baker makes the best croissants, but the bakery, well, I'll show you. But first, I'll let you get changed. Hey, Princess. Fritz might be fine, but his father is clearly not. Be careful today. Are you not coming with us? I'm going to stay here and see what I can dig up when no one else is looking. Lucette. I have never heard her say my name so seriously before. I mean it. Be careful and stay safe. If Varg shows up when we're not here... You too, Delora. Be careful. Much to my surprise, she sinks into a polite curtsy. That's the prince's command. A doll curtsy? That sounds so cute. Revelations. What kind of revelations? A week has passed, and my days have been uneventful. I spend most of my time with Fritz, who shows me around Angiel every day that he is able. Oh, that's so cute. He's so sweet to her. Most of the time, Acme tries to keep him out of the Loverton home so that Delora can continue her investigation. Apparently, this is the only way she will let me help. At least she promised she'd tell me everything tonight. Well... This is a little hard to explain, but... Alcaster is hiding something. Delora, I already know that. You didn't let me finish. When I say something, I mean everything. There are no clues here. Wait, before you throw that pillow at me, I really do have to tell you something. I know how Varg knew we'd left to go back to the Martian. Somebody put wards on this house. That somebody is lured whenever someone crosses the threshold in and out of this palace. Is that person a witch? Could be a fairy, but considering the circumstances, I'll put my money on a witch. Do you think Varg put up these wards? He's working for the witches, but I don't think he has the ability to put up these wards. The wards are nothing like I've ever seen. They're like fine silk strands all around the house. Like a cobweb. Right, but you know what else I found? The web's not as strong around the back door. The door Varg took us through. That means we have a way out. A way out that will allow us to leave without Varg being notified. I do not think he will appear unless the witch who put the webs around his house finds out I'm gone. How do we know the witch won't be alerted if we use that door? Only one way to find out. Do it? Okay. I lean against the wall of the alleyway where I'd agreed to meet with Delora and catch my breath. I can't believe that worked. She had sent me out first, promising she would catch up with me when she made sure the witch wasn't going to come to the Leverton household when I left. Fritz said that he was tired from all the training he had done earlier in the day and retired to bed early. That worked in our favor and made it easier for us to leave the home. She is taking longer than I thought she would. Has she been found out? I step away from the wall when I hear footsteps. Delora? What have I told you about wandering off? Ah, so scary. Suddenly Varg is standing before me with a snide smile on his face. Lovely. How do you know? Delora said you couldn't be the witch that put up the wards. Jeez, stand my ground. Stand my ground. Even though he's very, very creepy. He works for Hsialu. He won't hurt me. Hopefully. I do not know how the witch plays into all of this and what his relationship is with them, but I have faith. Hsialu does not want me harmed. Oh, this is a surprise. Who knew a sheltered little princess would have a backbone? Urgh. But in this case, your bravado is stupidity. Varg takes another step forward. Though we are not touching, I can feel the suffocation of his presence. I attempt to take a step back and realize that my back is already against the wall. There's nothing more I can do. You should be afraid of me. Poor little ignorant princess. If only you knew what was in store for you. Now is no time to be a coward. Why don't you tell me then? Varg throws his head back and laughs. You're always a surprise, aren't you? Well, I'll tell you if you ask. Very nicely. How dare he? I like that defiant look on your face, princess. Ah! Varg moves forward so close I can nearly feel his warmth. What is he doing? He is far too close. But I think I like the look of fear even more. Come on, I'm waiting, princess. Can we kick him in the shin, or do I overwhelm you? You have no right to tell me what to do. Varg slams his hand against the wall, effectively caging me. He really likes doing that, huh? Oh, gross. Oh, gross. Oh no. Oh no. No, gross. Ew, ew, ew. He leans down toward me, his smile predatory, but I do not flinch away. Good for you, Luzette, I guess. Still so brave. I'll admit, I'm impressed. You're interesting, princess, and a lot more fun than I thought you'd be. As thanks for the entertainment, I'll share a little something with you. Alcaster doesn't want you safe because he's a good man. The type of man he is doesn't have a heart. A man won't do anything that won't benefit him in the future. What do you mean? Let's just say your safety is a requirement for something he wants from someone. Who? Wait. Is that someone Sir Mefros? Varg's eerie smile stretches further across his face. Oh, so you can think for yourself. What? What does Sir Mefros want? A lot of things. Ask me again when you can be more specific. Now, why didn't you enlighten me? What's a good girl like you doing out at this time of night? I needed some air. Is that so? Well, I'm sure you've had quite enough, so... Varg pulls back from me the moment the footsteps sound. He still was on the spot, his body tense. I feel a hand on my shoulder and realize, belatedly, that is not Varg's. I am pulled away from his grasp. What? I mean, what? Quickly. What? Varg is cut off as he defends himself when his sword suddenly strikes at his direction. Karma! I would keep your eyes on me, scoundrel, unless you do not fear being skewered. That man, he was the one who was in waltz when I was chased down the streets. I forgot that she doesn't know about this yet. His features are familiar. Is that... Karma? Come on, Lucette. But... we need to get you back to the Martian. But what about Delora? Oh wait, Delora's with her? I'm so confused. You're not going anywhere, princess. Try as you might, you're not getting through me. I have to fight you, clowns? Don't make me laugh. I see Varg lift his cane, but Watts pulls me around the corner, but I can see what happens next. What does happen next? Yeah, like who's going to win? Karma or Varg? I don't remember this happening. What has happened? Did Varg... I turn around and check, but Watts keeps pulling me forward. I have barely even stepped into the Martian before Delora pulls me- oh, there she is! Before Delora pulls me into a hug. Thank goodness you're safe. Delora, Karma is still... Waltz pauses in surprise as an intense light erupts in the middle of the Martian. For a few moments, I am struck blind. As the light begins to fade away, I see Parfait. Her expression is grim, as she holds on to the man who helped us earlier. Waltz, please get a rumple right away. Right away, Lady Parfait. Together, we carefully set him down on a sofa. Now I can see the injured man more closely. I come to the conclusion that I was right earlier. Karma? Yes, he is badly injured. Oh no, Karma! Parfait, what are you doing using a teleportation spell? You know what it does to your body. It was his cane. It was enchanted, and I didn't think. Parfait shifts on her feet before losing her balance and stumbling backwards. Laura catches her before she can fall. I didn't have a choice. He would have killed him otherwise. No, Karma! I was right then. I should have gone. What's all the noise? The instant Rumpel sees Karma, his puzzled expression sharpens into something more serious. Rumpel strides forward with a confidence I did not expect. I need hot water, and the bag Annis keeps in the kitchen. I'll grab it for you. Who is this man, and what has he done with Rumpel? Rumpel recovered one of his journal entries the other day. He's remembered that he's a doctor. That doesn't really explain why his entire demeanor has changed, but I suppose it's not important right now. I'm so glad you're safe, princess. I've never seen Parfait look this tired. Parfait, are you hurt? Don't worry about me, princess. I'll be fine. Like any of us are going to believe that. I have so many questions for the two of them, and I have no idea where to start. My brain feels like a scrambled board full of puzzle pieces that won't fit together. Oh, don't fuss. I really am fine. What is going on? Delora, why don't you get the princess something to drink? I'll come and join you shortly. Delora sets a mug down in front of me before taking a seat beside me. Chocolate, hot and sweet. I raided the pantry for you. It smells exactly like something I'd have in the palace. I did not know there was chocolate here. Annis thinks she can hide it from us, but she can't. Will Karma be alright? Rumpel was apparently a renowned doctor. Karma will be fine. I did not know how this happened. It was just meant to be a simple test, but now Karma and Parfait are hurt because of Varg. They shouldn't have come. They did not have to come for me. But they came because they were worried about you. Why do these people care so much about me? What do they really want? They would not have been hurt if they did not come. I went to meet you, but when I got to the plaza, you were gone. I thought there might be some magic barring me from seeing you, so I ran to the Martian and asked for everyone's help. I messed up. They were hurt because I failed. The only one to blame is Varg. Are you alright? You're limping. I'll be fine. I'm just tired. Parfait takes a seat on the opposite side of the table from Delora and I. Have you told her? No, not yet. Told me what? Is this about Alcaster? No, it's about Varg. I waited a good half hour or so at the house after you left, Lizette. No one came, so I just walked out, but... Fritz wasn't there. He wasn't in his room or anywhere in the house. What? But where would he have gone? Princess. Fritz is cursed. You know this, yes? Of course, he remembered me. But what does his being cursed have to do with anything? Whenever you're with Fritz, Varg never stops by the house. In fact, I've never seen Varg in broad daylight, and I've definitely never seen Fritz and Varg together in the same place at once. I've been wondering why Varg is working for Alcaster. Then there's the fact that he wears a mask and conceals his identity. They're linking Varg and Fritz together. That's not possible. Whatever you're thinking, it's ridiculous. So is an entire kingdom forgetting they have a crown princess. Magic works in strange and mysterious ways. But Fritz would never... It's only a theory, but it's more than possible that Fritz and Varg are the same person. Two personalities sharing one body. No. I stand and ball my hands into tight fists. You're wrong. I turn to walk away. Where are you going? Princess, we're not done talking to you. Delora, give her time. I did not go too far. I just want to give myself enough space to think. They figured that out pretty quickly. In terms of, like, plotting, I mean. Fritz and Varg are the same. It's not possible. Why would Delora say that? Princess. Ah! Why are you here? Sir Mefros? Where did he come from? And how does he know who I am? Did Alcaster tell him? And Sir Mefros believed him? Let's just say your safety is a requirement for something he wants from someone. Could it be that Sir Mefros is the someone Varg was referring to? Thank goodness you're alright. How did he know where I was? I'm so sorry for my lack of foresight, Princess. None of this should have happened. I will serve you properly from now on, with complete honesty, unlike those within the Martian. You shouldn't have left the Leverton home. It is too dangerous for you. Sir Mefros has not seen me since I have been cursed. So why is he talking to me as if he knows who I am? Not only that, but he knows I left the Leverton home. So you remember that I am the Crown Princess, Sir Mefros. I cannot lie to you, Princess. Yes, I do remember. How is that possible? I am a witch. A witch? Father would never let a witch work in a palace. I feel the cogs of my mind slowly whirling, piecing together a puzzle I cannot see in full. The witch who set the alarm on the Leverton home, the person Sir Alcaster wants a favor from, and the person he and Varg are working for. It's him? But you must believe me when I say I mean you no harm. I only want to protect you from the people in the Martian. Protect me? Those in the Martian have cursed you. It is unforgivable. But I heard that what they did to Varg in order to abduct you. Abduct me from Varg? Who is Varg? You would not believe me if I told you the truth. I believed you when you said you were a witch. True. Forgive my assuming, Princess. I take a deep breath and look him in the eyes. Are Varg and Fritz the same person? Yes, in that they inhabit the same body. So Delora was telling the truth, but it was necessary. Fritz was not willing to follow some of my orders that ensured your safety. Varg, however, is obedient and a more capable bodyguard. Nothing can be allowed to stand in the way of your safety, least of all a knight who is meant to protect you. Are you the one who cursed him? Yes. You said that without even batting an eye. My princess, you must believe me. Those in the Martian are only lying to you, trying to keep you away from your destiny. They are your enemies. How can you know that? I do not wish to bring up uncomfortable subjects, but you must be aware of the public's opinion of you. Yes, they hate me for some reason, and they want Emma Lane to be crown princess in my place. Sir Mefros nods, his expression solemn, but flickering with sympathy. And the Martian people have cursed you, haven't they? Such a curse keeps you from your rightful place. He is right. No, Lucette! I believe you have been cursed because they see you as a threat to their true goal. Their true goal? Perhaps they meant to teach you a lesson, so to speak, because they irrationally despise you. Such people cannot be trusted. They only seek to use you and hurt you for their own pleasure. They'll probably do anything in their power to keep you from breaking your curse. I cannot let that happen. I failed my queen in this once. I shall not fail you. Could that be true? Delora and Parfait are trying to balance the light and darkness in the kingdom, and the curse is meant to teach me. So could what Sir Mephros is saying really be true? What he says makes sense. Yeah, but I mean, he's clearly a bad person, so doubt him. But it cannot be true. It cannot! Right? I don't believe you. The people at the Martian are not... Would good people curse you, even knowing how much you would suffer as a consequence? If they truly cared about you, would they curse you? Delora might be the one who cursed me, but everyone else in the Martian doesn't seem to think anything of it. I do not know what to think. I know this is difficult to believe coming from me, so why not ask them, Princess? Ask the Martian traders if they consider you a threat. Ask if they do not intend for you to suffer beneath the weight of your curse. You will learn that I have not lied. Yeah, you learn that I have not lied. Man, I hate him. I go back to the Martian with dark thoughts swirling in my head. There you are, we were worried about you. All I've been doing is trying to get answers from Delora. Why is it more difficult this time? Lizette, are you okay? Her is parfait. Rumpel and Waltz are singing to her, the others are all in bed. Is something wrong? What do I say? How can I possibly ask them? My throat is closing up. Did you know what would happen after you cursed me? Did you intend for me to suffer? Lucette, that's... Did she? Could Sir Mephros have been right? Anger rises up within me. Do you know how it felt to sleep out in the cold without shoes, without food, not knowing if I would ever have a roof over my head again? Do you know what it was like for my own father to look at me and not see me as his daughter? I advance on Delora and she shrinks back, pointedly looking away from me. You know all of that was going to happen, and still you cursed me. And you call yourself good? Princess, how could you? Lucette, I have my reasons. Very important reasons. Is it because I'm a threat to you somehow? Delora's expression shows me that she is hiding something. She has been hiding something since the beginning. I wouldn't put it that way. Did you curse me to teach me some sort of twisted lesson? I mean, that's how most fairy tales go. I told you before, Princess, that the wicked were taught to be good through curses. Everything I've done is to help you. Delora's face is pale. I can see the anxiety in her eyes, as well as the guilt. She does not need to say anything else. Delora cursed me to hurt me. If she had wanted me to break it, she would have helped me, rather than just criticize my every move. I mean, she can't do it for you. All that she has succeeded in is keeping me from my birthright, and those at the Martian all agree with that sentiment. Oh dear. Lizette, I'm serious. I really just want to help you. Serious? When she has done nothing to help me? The answer is obvious. Delora does not want me to succeed. They are not different. They are the same. They are the same as everyone else. Sir Mephros is right. I cannot believe I trusted you. I thought everyone here was different. I thought you were different. But I was wrong. I turned to leave. Lucette, wait. Oh boy. I make my way back to where I was earlier, making sure no one has followed me. I see as Sir Mephros stands firmly in the same place. As I draw nearer, I notice that expression is concerned, his eyes gentle. Are you alright? I take a moment to assess my feelings. There is anger, but also resignation. Was I expecting him to be right all along? Ah, not you. Rough night. Where did Var come from? I'm afraid our princess has learned the true nature of her Martian friends. I not have to speak with everyone to know. No one at the place has any reason to help me. It's naive to think that their kindness does not come with a price. Come, let us leave this place at once. Sir Mephros holds out his hand for me, but I do not take it. I instinctively take a step back. Is something wrong? Where do you intend to take me? To your rightful place. I will take you back to the palace. Now, no one there will believe us. And you know who I was right from the beginning. Why did you not take me back to the palace earlier? I apologize for the delay, but I was making preparations for your return. Preparations? You will find out soon enough. Can I really trust Sir Mefros? At this point, I'm not sure whom I'm supposed to trust anymore. I'd rather stay with Fritz. My eyes fly to Varg, but I do not sense any of Fritz's warmth on his face. His lips slowly curl into a smile when he meets my gaze. So the princess knows, huh? Where is Fritz? Sleeping. Should I wake him up for you? I'm not in the mood for jokes, Varg. I want Fritz back. You wound me, princess. You choose him over me? I can protect you better than he can. Your smile becomes more malicious when he sees the irritation on my face. I will be safer under Fritz's care. Oh, well, you know, because I'm confident you'll be safer under mine. Varg, do not be disrespectful to the princess. They're just like different personalities, right? They're not actually different entities. I don't know. Like different individuals in the same plot. I don't know. Varg scoffs but says nothing more when Sir Mefros turns to me. Princess, it is of the utmost importance that you are kept safely away from the Martian, and the palace is the safest place I can think of. The palace was also where she was cursed, and also your mother requires something of you. What is he talking about? Mother is dead. Tell me what it is. I cannot talk about this here. Once you return to the palace, I will tell you all that you need to know. Right now, I must return to the palace to make the final arrangements. Varg will escort you to the Libertons so that you may gather your things. At dawn, come to the palace gates. I will ensure your entrance and safety from there. Until tomorrow, princess. Curtsy, I mean, bow, but it looked like a curtsy. Sir Mefros bows to me, but does not even spare Varg a glance as he walks away. Damn. I turn to look at Varg. It is still hard to believe that he and Fritz could possibly be the same person. His hair color, posture, and personality are also different from Fritz. How could they be the same person? Do I have something on my face? I close the distance between us with a single step. Watch yourself, princess. I bite. You do not. Excuse you? Varg looks slightly shocked by my straightforwardness, which is surprising in and of itself. There's no reason for me to be afraid of you. If this is Sir Mefros' doing, then he won't let Varg hurt me. Mefros has a terrible habit of running his mouth, doesn't he? I ignore the flare of awareness in the pit of my stomach as I look closely at Varg's face. They are the same height and build, but that is not so strange. I lean in closer still so I can look past the shape of his mask. His eyes are the same. They are Fritz's eyes. I can no longer deny everything Sir Mefros and Delora have told me. The man standing before me is both Fritz and a stranger, one of the people I thought I knew best, but now know nothing about. Wow. You are Fritz's curse, but I have not heard of a fairy tale that involves two people sharing one body. Yeah, you really should brush up on your fairy tales. Varg's voice is suddenly lower, a low growl in his throat. I feel a shiver run down my spine. I try to run away, only to have my attempt thwarted by Varg, who stops me by reaching out to grab my arm. You cannot hurt me even if you wanted to. Fritz would never... Oh, but I'm not Fritz. Your sad little puppy knight might worship the ground you walk on. He might sit and beg for even a single scrap of your attention. But guess what? I'm not her dog. He abruptly releases me and turns swiftly on his heels before walking away, footsteps smooth. Right, you're Mefros' dog. For a moment, I stand there, shocked. How could he insult Fritz in such a manner if they are the same person? Well, I mean... does that make it easier for him to insult? I mean, self-deprecation is a thing, right? How could a curse change Fritz into someone like Varg? I don't know. Magic does mysterious things. Strange and mysterious things. Was that what she said? You know, like what Delora said. Say nothing. I just don't want to talk to him anymore. Why does he have that opinion of Fritz? Who cares? If anything, Varg is the animal. Fritz is twice the man he is. You go, Lucette! Varg continues to walk forward ever so slowly, but I remain rooted in place. Eventually he whirls around and looks at me. What do you want now? Any day now, princess. Oh. I study expression and body language. While his glaring might have made me nervous earlier, it does not faze me now. Good for you. All this time I've been uneasy about you, even though it is your mission to keep me safe. But if that's the case, why do you seek to frighten and overpower me at every turn? I raise my eyebrow at him. and take a confident step forward. This time it is Varg that shrinks away from me. Or shirks away from me. Does having to answer Sir Mifrod's and Sir Alcester's chafe at you, Varg? I suspect it does. I know that Fritz sometimes struggles with your commands as well. Unlike you, however, Fritz does not take his frustrations out on other people. He does not lash out at others by scaring them. And he certainly does not protect people by stalking them from the shadows. Oh, I don't know about that, but Varg's hands clench over his cane as he lowers at me. You always talk about that idiot. Do you know how sick I am of hearing about him? You want to know the truth, Lucette? You're wondering how two personalities can share the same body? Well, sure, magic was the catalyst, but the other part of the magic, well, that was all Fritz. What? You think Fritz is some great honorable knight. Well, if that was true, his intentions would need to be good to the core, and then you know what? I wouldn't exist. What is he suggesting? Can't make something from nothing. Some part of your precious Fritz became me, princess. There is already something dark and twisted in his soul. The curse is brought to life, and now here I am. No, you're wrong. Fritz twisted and dark? I do not believe it. I think I know Fitzgerald a lot better than you do, Lizette. Don't think I act this way of my free will, at least. Not completely. I have these compulsions. The spark in Varg's eyes is dangerous. His eyes suddenly seem out of focus as he stares at me, his gaze glassy. His expression suddenly twists, becoming something dark and anguished. He doubles over to the ground with a pained gasp. You are meant to be asleep! Who was he talking to? Who do you think? Oh, that's creepy. I watch in horror as Varg's body is eclipsed by a slow-moving shadow. The darkness envelops his body, and all I can do is stare in shock as his figure fades into a black silhouette. Oh, so he just looks like that? Before I can decide whether to go to his side or not. Oh, I guess that's a lot less creepy than seeing him like physically transform, like, I mean, in a non-silhouette way, I guess. The shadows tumble like a fallen cloak. I immediately recognize the man standing before me. Fritz. Princess, what are we doing here? It's kind of funny how their clothes also merge with one, I guess. You don't remember? He's a magical girl. The clothes also change. Fritz places a hand on his head and cringes. I see him stumble slightly as he slowly rises. I'm not sure. I remember falling asleep, then there was this distant pain that woke me up, and now I'm suddenly here with you. Did Varg's emotions somehow trigger Fritz into waking? I'm sorry, princess. My mind's a little foggy. I don't understand what's going on right now. Fritz shakes his head before turning to look at me with a tired, faint smile. Perhaps I'll feel better once I get some rest. You were sleeping. You're right. Let's go back. I feel a tenseness come back into my body as I remember all the things that transpired at the Martian. The building is dim at night and looks more like a place of shadows than anything else. I clench my hands into fists and try not to shake. They intended to hurt me. They wanted me to suffer. My heart hardens to something cold and sharp as ice. Their kindness was a lie. Mother taught me people were like this. I should have listened to her. I finally turn away from the Martian with conviction. I'm not meant to stay there. I must go back to where I belong. Lucette, are you alright? Why wouldn't I be? Oh dear. Excuse me. Your personal maid left last night? Yes. Is it true that you caught her trying to steal one of your dolls? Why would I lie about that? I'm sorry. Why? Because she betrayed your trust. Impossible. I did not trust her in the first place. But wasn't she with you for years? Yes. And you're not at all saddened by her change of heart? She saw the opening to take something from me and took it. I'm not surprised, nor sad. It was to be expected. All people use others to take things that they want. Princess, why are we here? He really doesn't remember anything about last night. I guess his memories must truly be separate from Varg's. I've been trying to remember, but my memories feel like they're slipping through my fingers. Why won't you talk to me, princess? If I said or did something wrong yesterday, I'm sorry. You did not do anything wrong, Fritz. He was the one at fault, not you. He? When I open my mouth to tell him about Varg, I find that the words are stuck in my throat. I turn away after a few moments, the gloom settling back on my shoulders. But after hearing what Varg said, I'd not have the courage to tell him. Not yet. You think Fritz is some great honorable knight? Well, if that was true, his intentions would need to be good to the core, and then you know what? I wouldn't exist. Can't make something from nothing. Some part of your precious Fritz became me, princess. Haha. There was already something dark and twisted in his soul. The curse is brought to life, and now here I am. Haha. What a clown. Why won't you look at me? Have I been a fool to so blindly trust Fritz all this time too? Princess. Princess, you are here. Clown number 2. Sir Mefros. The preparations are complete. You are now free to enter your old home. Sir Mefros pushes open the gates and walks through. I take a deep breath and then follow after him. I have so many emotions inside of me right now that I cannot even begin to parse through them. Before I take more than a few steps forward, Fritz's fingers curl around my wrist. Princess, what is happening? The look in his eyes is familiar. He wears the same concern and worry for me that he always does. He seems every bit himself, but he is no longer the same person to me. I'm going home, Fritz. I pull my arm away from his grasp and follow Sir Mefros into the palace without looking back. No, Fritz. Chapter 6. Resurrection. Resurrection. Tell me the story again. Do you ever tire of that story, love? Please. Well, since you asked so nicely. Once upon a time, there was a queen who had a daughter. That she loved very much. But the kingdom the queen ruled was a cruel and mean place. The people were liars and thieves, and it was terribly dangerous. The queen knew that the kingdom would never be safe for her beloved daughter if she didn't work to change it. So the queen worked day and night. With magic! Hush, dear. So the queen worked day and night, and used her magic to take the bad people's energy from them, so they couldn't cheat and steal and lie. And then the queen made sure that energy would stay with her and her beloved daughter, so nothing could harm them ever again. And the queen and her daughter lived happily ever after. There are 2 days remaining till my 18th birthday. I have been living in the palace for the last few months, and while it is not what I expected, it is still not so dissimilar that I am comfortable. I get to stay in my own room and am served the same food as the occupants in the palace, only now I am not expected to share my meals with the king and his family. It was strange that nobody even asked who I am, not even the king, but that did not matter. What's important is that I am back in the palace. Only a witch like Sir Mefros could have orchestrated all of this. Magic was all I needed to bring you back here. Convenient, isn't it? Who exactly are you, Sir Mefros? What is a witch like you doing here in the palace? I'm your mother's faithful servant, your highness. But I do not recall ever seeing you here until after mother passed away. I did not work within the palace at the time, but once your mother passed, I took a job here to fulfill her wishes to protect you. I was consumed with worry when you disappeared all those months ago. I suspected immediately that you were cursed and that the Lucis bearer had acted to keep you concealed from me. If only you could understand the relief I felt when I learned that Fritz had found you. How will you prove that you're not like the people at the Martian, that you will not lie to me or betray me? Sir Mefros kneels in front of me and places a hand over his heart. I made a promise to my queen that I would give you my undying loyalty, princess. I would protect you with my life. Him saying that does little to convince me that I can trust him. Everything I am doing is in service to my queen and my princess. So what is it that mother requires me to do? Patience. I wouldn't want to ruin the surprise. The surprise! Sir Mefros claims he is mother's faithful servant. That should be enough reason for me to trust him, but I'm still on edge. What is the surprise he has in store for me? My thoughts drift back to the occupants in the Martian. They kept saying that they cared about me, yet I have not heard from them at all. Even Rod, who lives here, I barely even see him. And Fritz? Since I returned to the palace, I have been seeing less and less of Fritz and more of Varg. No! In the beginning, I continually asked Fritz about his memories of specific days, but the times when he was Varg, Fritz never seemed to recall anything. He just smiled at me sheepishly and told me that his age was probably making his memory worse. Fritz is even that old. Since then, things have changed. I no longer bother asking Fritz about things he's sure he does not remember. Fritz does not remember anything related to Varg. Yet, Varg retains all of his memories as Fritz. That's not fair. I know I should tell Fritz about Varg, but it is the fear that he would not believe me. But this is something much worse. I'm worried that whatever it is inside of Fritz will only lash out at me, the part from that Varg came from. If I were Fritz, I would not be able to believe it either. I looked toward my shelf of dolls, unable to shake my feelings of disquiet. The dolls are the same as always. Their glassy gaze is focused on nothing and everything. That's not scary at all. It looks so empty without... No, I do not miss her. I do not miss anyone. Right? The sound of footsteps pulls me out of my thoughts. Who else is wandering the halls at this time of night? I am unable to restrain my curiosity, and the emotion soon drives me from my room and out into the hallway. I gingerly follow the faded footsteps down the hallway, and there I see two familiar people. Sir Mefros and Sir Alcaster. I grow impatient. 2 days is an insignificant amount of time when you've already waited so long. I have been waiting years. The princess is safe and will continue to be safe, just as you have required. Our agreement was clear, Sir Alcaster. I will not help you until after the princess turns 18. I would remember the sort of aid you have requested of me. What prevents us from killing Gennaro now? A small gasp comes from my mouth, and I am not able to muffle it in time, despite the fact that I hold my hands up to my lips to keep myself from shouting. I stop breathing even as my mind whirls. Kill a king? Why would Sir Alcaster and Sir Mefros want to do that? That sound. Do not try and distract me. What do we lose by acting now? We could lose everything if we act too hastily. I think it would do you good to learn some patience from your son. Varg. Sir Alcaster. Varg, what a pleasant surprise. Mefros and all the clowns are gathered. Mefros smirks as Varg moves his stand just off to the side of the two men, his expression solemn. I trust that you have tamed Fritz. Oh my god. What a word to use. What are you talking about? You have not noticed, even when your own son is being overwhelmed? Varg is gaining control, slowly but surely. He no longer has to wait for Fritz's consciousness to descend into sleep. In a few weeks, perhaps 7 days, Varg may be able to help us during the day. Then that is why I have only seen Varg at night. If he can act during the day as well, what will happen to Fritz? I hope you're not trying to avoid your mission and staying here. How curious. Perhaps Fritz is stronger than you think. That weakling? Don't make me laugh. I just find this extremely boring. Varg shrugs before walking away. How interesting. I do not approve of his methods. What would you have me to do? What would you have me do to improve him? He completes every task you give him. He has softened. Well, let us see if he completes this task. Then we will know for certain where his loyalties lie. As Sir Mefros and Sir Alcaster begin to walk away, I exhale. I feel a slight shudder when Sir Mefros stops and gazes behind him, his eyes wandering to my hiding place at the end of the hall. My heart thumps loudly in my ears as I wait to hear him leave. The wind has a bitter chill to it tonight, like ice. Mefros turns on his heels with a slight twitch of his lips before he disappears. Ugh, creepy man. I make my way back to my room in a daze. My whole body feels weak, and when I eventually get to my bed, I crash down, feeling numb. They mean to kill a king, but why? Sir Alcaster and Sir Mefros are two of his most trusted advisors. What could the king have done to make them desire his death? And why does Sir Mefros want to wait until I am 18? What happens then? Does this have anything to do with that gift he was talking about? Does Sir Mefros plan on using me for something? I clench my hands into fists and inhale sharply. I think of the other things that came up in conversation. They said that Varg might be able to act during the day soon. Does this mean Fritz will disappear? My breath catches in my throat at the thought. Princess, there's no need to look at me like that. It's my job to know you, Princess. And right now I know something's not right. It is your job to protect me. Knowing me is a very different thing. Princess, please, perhaps you should worry more about yourself. My job as a knight is to protect my charge, to put their life before mine. If I can't protect you, how can I call myself a knight? Fritz reaches out as if to touch me, but I shrink away. Do not touch me. Sorry, Princess, just please know I'm always here if you need to talk. Ugh. If Fritz disappears, what will happen? I almost jump when I hear someone shouting just outside my door. Quickly, Emmeline! Rod? I quickly stand up and move toward my door, pulling it open to catch a glimpse of the outside. I end up opening a door into Rod's face. He comes to an abrupt stop and glares at a door that blocks a straight path. His hand is outstretched as if he meant to reach for my door. Rod? Emmeline? It's so late. What are they doing out of their rooms? Rod's fingers tighten over Emmeline's hand. They both look exhausted, and Emmeline is on the verge of tears. What is happening? Rod seems to consider something, before he finally comes to a sighing conclusion. His eyes glare right into mine. Get out of the way. Rod's voice is colder than usual, even for him. Emmeline's eyes widen as she stares at him in shock. Rod, but I thought... This isn't the time! Oh, so here's where the rabbits escaped. Varg? Varg is slowly making his way over to us. His posture relaxed, expression indifferent. He does not even look winded. Well, this is a complication. Jesus. Help them, help them, help them, help them. Is this the mission Sir Alcaster was referring to? Wait, I need to get more water. Hold on. Right, Rod tugs at Emmeline's wrist to prompt her into motion, but the two of them are too slow. In one swift movement, Varg has circled them and tripped Emmeline, toppling her to the floor. Varg moves forward to grab her, but before he can so much as touch her, I jump into action, pushing Varg from the side. I move to stand between Emmeline and Varg. I can hear Rod helping his sister up, but my eyes are trained on Varg. What are you going to do, Dylan? Why do you care? Why do I care? Because I know this isn't something Fritz would do. So? He's Varg! He's not Fritz right now! Varg hesitates, giving Rod time to act. Oh, that worked though. Okay, keep doing whatever you're doing, Lucette. Rod throws a veal that breaks upon impact with the floor. It releases a cloud of smoke that envelops everything around it. I feel someone's fingers at my wrist, and then I am being dragged away. When my vision clears, I see Emmeline standing before me, holding my wrist tightly. Come on! What was that? It's something Lady Parfait made for our escape. Our escape? Did you really think the Martian gave up on you? I mean, you were kind of going to give up on her, weren't you? We must move. We run toward the pass tunnels, a place I have not visited in many years. I thought they barricaded this. Not quite. Do you think we've lost him? No, not yet. Emmeline turns to me, her eyebrows drawn over her eyes in a look of sympathy. I'm so sorry I got caught up in this. I know that we were all meant to escape together according to Rod, but we were not expecting it to be like this. It was difficult to get a hold of you with Varg hanging around. But thank you for what you did back there. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't helped us. I'm suddenly uncomfortable speaking to her, so I turn to face Rod instead. What does Varg want of you? My best guess is that he wants us dead. That can't be. How else would you explain the way he came after us, Em? But why would he want you dead? Rod's bright eyes seem fiercer in the darkness of the tunnels. I think it must be what his master wants. After all, dogs only respond to orders. I'm offended, Prince. Ah! You! I whirl around, dread rising in my chest as I turn to look at Varg, who is slowly catching up to us. This was meant to be quick. Varg looks at me, his eyes glittering with amusement. But as always, you complicate things, Princess. I cannot hide how much I am trembling, but I still hold out my arm to protect the siblings. Aw, go. Not about you. Go now! Come on. I turn back to Varg as the two flee. My body tenses as I wait for Varg to move. I will stop him, or at least buy them some more time. But Varg remains still as a statue. He remains rooted to the spot. I have no idea how long we stand there, frozen in place. You never cease to amaze me. So what's going to happen now? Were you going to kill him? He is not answering. Does that mean I am right? Is this what Sir Alcester ordered you to do? Why else would I be here if not for an order? Why would he want you to kill Rod and Emmeline? And why does he want to kill the king? You overheard quite a bit, huh? Probably a little more than you should have. The tension in the air becomes palpable and becomes harder to breathe. Varg's fingers tighten on his cane. He wouldn't hurt me, would he? Varg moves, and for a few moments I am frozen with terror. And a word I had forgotten long ago suddenly comes to my lips, unbidden. A word that Fritz once told me before. Ajuva! This time it is Varg that freezes. He raises his cane, but it never comes down. His eyes are wild, even though he hasn't moved. Suddenly he looks as if he is restraining himself. I can see a struggle on his contorted expression, and I realize that he is fighting to stay in control. It worked? I remain still for another moment, my mind racing. Oh, not the creepy silhouette dance again. Varg drops to his knees, and I see shadows forming beneath him. Tendrils of darkness snake their way up his body, beginning to engulf him. This is what happens last time when you change back into Fritz. There is still awareness in Varg's eyes, however. His gaze is cold and accusatory. He remains that way even as the shadows creep their way up his face. I find my feet again, and rush past Varg into the depths of the palace. I run, too frightened of what I might find if I look back. Wouldn't he just have turned back into Fritz? Or maybe, I don't know, maybe Varg won or something. Are you alright? If you're truly worried for my safety, then you should have told the king how unsafe it is for me to leave the palace. Isn't that a knight's job, Sir Fitzgerald? Do you have so little faith in me? What? Don't you trust me to keep you safe, Princess? 3 years ago, when I swore that I would give my life for yours, I meant it. I still do. I would never let anyone harm you, ever. Perhaps I need to make another promise to you, Princess, so I may ease your worries. I do just wonder why. Like, why is he so patient with her? Remember this carefully, okay? Like, it makes... Never mind. I was about to spoil something, but oh well. Like, Ajuva. What does that mean? It's from an old language that no one speaks anymore. It's what people used to say when they were calling for help. I mean, I would understand if he was, like, there before she got corrupted, but he wasn't. He's only been with her for he's only been with her for 3 years. Which means she was already like this, you know? So, I am not sure what made him so loyal to her. I don't know. Something to call when I need help? If for any reason I'm not there, you need me, just say that word. Scream it at the top of your lungs if you need to. I promise I'll come running. Can't she just scream your name? A knife would never break a promise to this lady. Why does it have to be that word? Trust in me. I have to go. I have been awake for hours, unable to sleep. Same. I stand at my window waiting for something, anything to happen. But all is still beyond the glass window pane. I have no idea what I ought to do. What is going to happen now? Should I tell someone? I turn to the palace because my room still feels like the safest place, but... Why? Am I here because I feel I need to tell the king what happened? Because I hope that Fritz will return? I do not even know if the king is still here. I haven't seen him at all. My hand instinctively reaches out for my necklace, and I realize that there is an additional piece. Ding ding! I look down, a small gasp escapes my lips, so I notice a new piece in the glass slipper. A new piece of the slipper. I don't know if it's just me, but how? What was my good deed? I don't know if it's just me, but I think she took a really long time to get to her first good deed on this route. I remember the night I helped Rod and Emily escape from Varg. Self-sacrifice. That was a good deed. I mean, how else are you going to read that, Princess? Fritz? I have been looking for Prince Rod and Princess Emily. Have you seen them? Oh my god. My eyes are beginning to sting. I'm startled when I realize that there are tears burning my eyes. Oh dear, tears shouldn't burn. What's wrong? Varg is gaining control, slowly but surely. He no longer has to wait for Fritz's consciousness to ascend into sleep. In a few weeks, perhaps even days, Varg may be able to help us during the day. Can I even trust Fritz now? Fritz looks at me with worry clear on his face. He draws closer to me, his hand reaching out for me. Jeez, why? I pull back immediately, my breath caught in my throat. Princess? Oh, it was just her imagination. For a moment, I just saw Varg. What is going on? Will he believe me if I am straightforward? Something's been wrong ever since we returned to the palace. Princess, please, Fritz clenches his hands into fists. His face twists with obvious pain. Please let me help you. Something tells me I should doubt him. Well, I played this route before, but I think this is how it goes. I doubt you can. My chest begins to ache and my heart feels heavy. This feels wrong. You'd never believe me. Feels like the wrong choice. There is a certainty in Fritz's eyes that was not there before. He looks at me with furious determination. Try me. I sigh and rub my hand over my eyes. You are cursed. His silence is all the response I need. I knew this would happen. I knew he still wouldn't believe me. Princess, we've talked about this before, but what exactly are you seeing that makes you so firmly believe that? I eye him warily. Will he really listen to me? You are cursed with an alternate personality, a cruel one. I've known him for months now. Varg, well, you, Fritz, were going to kill Rod and Emily last night. He reaches out to rest his hand atop mine on the windowsill. His determination has dwindled into uncertainty. You don't believe me. I believe you, Princess. I can see it in your eyes, Fritz. You doubt me. I do not doubt you, Princess. I am just confused. That's just another way of saying you doubt her. How could I not know about the existence of an alternate personality, or about a curse inflicted on me? I pull my hand away from him and cross to the other side of my room so that my bed acts as a barrier between us. Doesn't look like it would? Okay. But Varg knows you. How is it possible that Varg is so aware of you when you do not even know he exists? I begin to pace, my emotions whirling. And how am I to trust you when you won't even trust me? I knew you weren't going to believe me. How could I have been so stupid to think that you would? Princess. Oh good, it was the right choice. Okay, great. He begins to move toward me, by stopping his tracks with a single glare. Don't. Silence descends upon my room. I finally look at Fritz again. The man I see is a stranger. Gone is the Fritz I once knew, and standing in his place is nothing but a shadow. I thought he'd be different. He showed me so much kindness and pretended to care, and yet... Mother was right. Mother was always right. I feel a dull ache in my chest as I turn on my heels to look away from Fritz. This is what happens when you trust in someone. This is what happens when you begin to believe in others. Yeah, the hug no jutsu. I gasp and I feel strong arms wrap around me from behind. Eek. I can feel Fritz's warm breath against the back of my neck. It sends shivers tumbling down my spine. Let me go, Fritz. No. I order you to let me go. But Fritz only tightens his grip. While the warm embrace is suffocating, it's also oddly comforting. Sorry, Princess. I cannot be ordered to leave you like this. I swore an oath to you and made a promise to myself that I would always stand by your side. No matter how much you push me away, I'll always be here for you. But why? I just want to know why. From the day I was assigned to you, I saw how much you suffered. Oh, okay. That's why I will protect you for everything that I am. I bite my lip as I struggle to keep myself from crying. Gosh, she is just a very patient person. How can I chill with no sense of personal space, apparently? How can I trust Fritz's words when Varg has done nothing but cause suffering to everyone around me? But it seems like I have also been the one to cause you so much pain. He loses his arms until I am no longer within his embrace. I suddenly feel cold and empty, but I do not move toward Fritz again. His voice is very soft when he speaks again. I'm sorry. I don't look up when he leaves. No, Fritz, that's so sad. Jeez. Yes, I do remember this rap being really angsty. Oh my god. You cannot rely on anyone but yourself. You cannot trust anyone but yourself. How can I have forgotten that? Okay. And it's not going to get better. If I had been able to have my way, I would not have left my room at all. After everything that has happened, I do not think I want to know what Sir Mefrose's request is. I'm also worried about this so-called wonderful gift he wants to show me. Perhaps he means to kill me along with the king. Oh. Surely I should be more alarmed at this epiphany. Yet for some reason, I only feel numb. I now acknowledge Varg when he enters the room. Princess, I'd ask what you're thinking about, but it's written all over your face. That, and I happen to have the memories of it too. Poor princess, your knight in shining armor turned out to be less of a hero than you thought, hmm? Stop it. Hurts, doesn't it? Well, I did tell you. I wonder why you're so surprised. Varg, you... I think you're annoying our princess, Varg. Sir Murphy's presence, for once, is actually a relief. Not for me! He bows to me, but I no longer believe the smile on his face. Princess, you have my most sincere thanks for agreeing to meet me at such late notice. What is it that you want to show me, Sir Mefros? Actually, answer me this first, as it has been troubling me for some time. Why do you want to kill the king? I see we have much to talk about. Let us walk and talk, if you do not mind. Sir Mefros looks at Varg. Go away. Do not disturb us, Varg. Varg disappears back into whatever shadow he'd emerged from as Sir Mefros and I make our way back into the hall. It seems my suspicions were correct. You did overhear Alcaster and I the other night, didn't you? Princess, I must assure you that I have nothing but your best wishes at heart. The best wishes. It's not that I have wishes, it is not I that wishes to remove your father from power. That's Sir Alcaster's desire. Yes, let's pin the blame on the puny human. Is this what Jurian spoke of all those months ago? Did she discover Sir Alcaster's motives, only to be discharged from the order as a result? Why did you agree to help him? I required Sir Alcaster's assistance for certain things. Like using his son. It was a mutually beneficial decision for both of us to work together. No way, using Fritz came after the whole Sir Alcaster thing. Alright, but do not worry, I never had any intention of going through with your father's murder. Really? Is this why you were delaying him until after my birthday? Sir Metro's smile is almost genuine. How can something be almost genuine? My princess is wise, just like her mother. Yeah. Oh dear, I realize that Sir Mefros has led me into the secret tunnels. Where are you taking me now? My princess is oh so impatient, just like her mother. Yeah, gross. The impudence of this man. You said Varg answered to you, but he also carries out Sir Alcaster's orders. It was Sir Alcaster's desire to take over Angiel as cleanly as he could. He sought to accomplish that by killing all those with a claim to the throne. So Rod and Emmeline. But I was never going to let him kill you. In exchange for ensuring your safety, Sir Alcaster required, among other things, a servant. So I provided him with one. Sir Alcester needed someone that could remain close to him, hidden in plain sight, so to speak. He also required that they have the skill of a trained knight. Sir Fitzgerald was capable of guarding you, my princess. But he was not as capable of carrying out Sir Alcester's other orders. But why go to such lengths to curse Fritz? Princess. Sir Mefros focuses his intent gaze on me. Something dangerous and bright shimmers in his eyes. I shrink back. Any threat to your life had to be removed. Besides, I'm under the impression that your loyal knight will be happy to sacrifice part of himself in order to become the perfect guardian. What do you gain from doing all of this? I require something from you, something only you can provide. It's something that I had to wait for, as you need to be 18 in order to give it to me. I have been preparing this gift for you for a long time, my princess. It is the gift of resurrection. I will bring back the queen. What? Will you help me? Oh, huh? No? No? No, that's some voodoo shit. No, a mother is dead. Idiot. Oops. Only in name. What? Such... Oh my god. I mean, I know what that means, but what a thing to say. Mother has been dead for years. If she had been alive, I would have known. Your mother sustained great injuries during the Great War. She needed time to heal. Then where has she been, and why would she pretend to be dead? Why would she leave me alone? Your mother is sleeping, and you're the only one that can wake her. Why me? My princess, you are heir to more than just the kingdom of Angiel. Queen Hildir was the bearer of the Crystallum Tenebrarum, one of the two Crystallum Angiel. Ah, ohayo. まあ、ここはこんばんはだけど。What? As her daughter, you're the next bearer. You're destined to be a great witch, just like your mother. My mother. A witch? Impossible. It is the truth. You were so young then, my princess, and the world was so cruel to you. Why do I not remember any of this? The queen sought to protect you and shroud your memories of the pain you suffered at the hands of humans. Is this why the people of Angiel despise and fear me? But once you turn 18, you'll inherit the full abilities of the Tenebrarum bearer. Well, with that power, we can revive your mother. Is this not what you've been dreaming of since you lost her? I dare not even dream this was possible. For so many years, all I wanted was for mother to return to me. But now, no, I cannot falter. Mother was the only person I could trust. She is still the only person who loves me. I have made my decision. Tell me what I must do. Sir Murpho smiles and steps aside. Behind him is a large, rusty door. Come with me. Mother! She is still as beautiful as the day she became one with the Tenebrarum. Oh, that's so gross. Sir Mifros reverently strokes his hand across the Tenebrarum. No, that's so gross! As if caressing Mother's face. These last 4 years, I have come to visit her as much as I possibly can. Oh my god! But I cannot wait to see her beauty grace the halls of the palace once more. He really does have an unhealthy obsession of her. Sir Mifros turns to me. Place your hands on the Tenebrarum. No, thank you. Wait, before I do this... Sir Mefros, you said you have no desire to kill the king. Yes. Swear to me that you will not allow Sir Alcester's plans to succeed. Swear that you will protect the lives of the royal family. I not wholly understand why I'm asking this of Sir Mefros, yet a part of me feels compelled to do so. I do not see them as much of a family, but they have done nothing to deserve death. My princess... Swear it. Very well, I swear I shall not allow Sir Alcester to kill any of the royal family. The clock tower chimes. That was a really uneasy pause. The bell echoes in the chamber, the sound dull and eerie. Sir Mifrod's eyes flash as he gestures his hand wildly. Now, princess, now! The air in the room becomes cold. So cold I actually feel my body becoming like ice. Something is wrong. This does not feel right. I try to move away, but my attempts are thwarted by some kind of magical force. The Tenebrarian's pulling me toward it. Sir Mifros! It's too late to turn back now, princess. No! The pull is strong. I'm drawn to it like a magnet. The invisible force renders me a puppet. It takes hold of my body and forces me to raise my hands to the crystallum. I press my palms against the face of the Tenebrarium, my hands framing my mother's face. Her expression is gentle in her unnatural sleep. The Tenebrarian's freezing beneath my fingertips at first, but steadily begins to warm as the clock continues counting down to 12. The warmer the Tenebrarian grows, the colder my body feels. It feels like it is sapping all of my energy. Like the Tenebrarian's feeding off me. The pain starts slowly. It creeps up and out until it is flooding my entire body. Oh god, this really is some voodoo shit. Please. Please. I attempt to twist my body away from the Tenebrarian's surface, but my hands are stuck. I turn to Sir Mifros for help, but there is nothing but crazy glee in his smile. Yes! Yes! His eyes are focused on the crystallized form of my mother. I become dimly aware of the tears that are beginning to fall from my eyes. I cannot go on like this. My vision starts to blur until I feel myself falling into endless darkness. Mother? Yes, my sweet? What are you doing? I am planning, dearest one. Mother has to be ready for when she takes over Angiel. But doesn't Father rule Angiel? How sweet. Father will soon be too tired to rule. Mother will rule for him. And when you are grown, you should follow my footsteps. I will make Angiel a kingdom to behold, my darling. You will never be hurt, and no one shall deny you anything. The people will bend to your whim, and will behave as they ought to. There will be no bad people? No, dearest one, there will be no bad people in our kingdom. I will make sure of that. What does this remind me of? Perspective. I feel like there is some sort of similar premise in like a different show, maybe? I don't know. Opening my eyes and moving my body is a struggle. I feel sluggish and numb, and there is a suffocating heat in my chest that makes it difficult to breathe. When I finally do rise, my thoughts are tangled and confused. Where am I? She lives. Oh, he doesn't have his mask on. It's so weird. It's so strange. I mean, I guess his clothes changed too, but it's still so strange that just by changing someone's hair color, like someone could look so different, I guess. I turn my head just in time to see Varg rise from a chair just to the side of my bed. I guess a smile also contributes to it. And the eyebrows? I don't know. Has he been sitting there watching me? Oh, that's so creepy. And he is not wearing his mask. What are you doing here? You've been out for a week, princess. A week? That's ridiculous. She must be starving. I think I would know how long you've been playing Sleeping Beauty. You've been playing Sleeping Beauty. After all, I've been here the whole damn... Bart quickly clears his throat before gazing down at me, an exasperated expression on his face. Oh dear. Do you even remember what happened? Memories suddenly flood through my mind. They are fragments, but together they create a startling picture. Sir Mifros in a room. 12 chimes of the clock, my 18th birthday. The Tenebrarium, and... Mother! I sit up immediately, only to succumb to a wave of nausea and dizziness. Much to my surprise, Varg reaches out to steady me, his grip firm but gentle. Slow down, princess. You're not ready to fight me yet. What time is it? Almost dawn. Will he become Fritz again in a few hours? Or have I lost Fritz forever? Would you believe me if I told you Fritz doesn't want to see you? The awareness of my last conversation with Fritz hits me full force. After what happened last time we spoke, I am not surprised that Fritz does not want to see me. He was too ashamed to face you. I had no idea Fritz would react the way he did to your words. I have most of the stronger memories. Not all of them, but most. I thought he'd have most of mine too, but I guess that's not the case. What memories do you have? That's none of your business. The expression on his face is clouded. For a few moments he is silent, thoughtful. In the beginning, they were mostly of you. What? Vark glances away. I notice the way his fingers drum uneasily on his cane and stare. I've never seen Vark look like this. You mean without his mask? I carefully slide my way over to the edge of my bed, allowing my feet to dangle to the floor. Fritz cares for you, princess. Take my word for it, if no one else's. Why is he suddenly telling me all this? Will I ever see him again? Or has he lost to you? Vark flinches back from me, taking a few steps back to put some distance between the two of us. I can't say. I watch Vark closely. I never noticed before, but Vark's emotions are very clear if you know what to look for. Well, he's not wearing his mask now. So, does that help? Alright, press him. On the ground. You cannot say, or you won't say. Princess. Hi, welcome. The gentleness of which he says my title makes me think of Fritz. However, just as I am beginning to hear Fritz's voice through him, his demeanor changes once again. The vulnerable man disappears and is replaced by the usual facade. Vark straightens and glares at me. He displays his confidence to hide his true emotions. It seems like he wears two masks. You're more like Fritz than you would care to admit. I mean, they are the same person. Fritz would never harm me. Vark snarls, but he no longer intimidates me. Fritz this, Fritz that. All you ever talk about is that idiot, even though I have been the one by her side this entire time. Well, you weren't really there before that? Before all this, I guess. Fritz is nothing compared to me. Oh, great. We're fighting amongst ourselves, like fighting with ourselves. A roleplayer VTuber? No, I don't really do that, so you might want to check with someone else. Then why do you feel threatened by him? My words render Vark speechless. I dimly notice appearance of red dawn scattered across my room. The sun is almost up. I look back to Vark, my eyes seeking Fritz. Vark moves, his eyes fierce as he closes the distance between us. Adieu. Oh, gross! Gross. Gross. Vark presses it. Is there like a star in... Wait, no, I don't think so. I was gonna say, is there just more CGs of Vark with the Zet than Fritz himself? Because that would be really sad. Vark presses his lips to mine, effectively stifling the rest of the word. That's gross! I have only a moment to gasp out for breath before Vark kisses me again, more deeply. Oh no, this is not good. This is not good at all. I raise my hands to push him away for a brief second as my mind hazes over in shock. Vark takes advantage of my confusion and moves forward again, an unreadable expression in his eyes as he leans over me. I try to pull away, but Vark tangles his hand in my hair, tilting my head back to press his lips firmly against mine once more. No, this is not right. I tremble as his free arm sweeps down my neck, and eventually comes to rest on my waist. What? Why is he kissing me? He doesn't even like me. You, anchor glue. That's not even the point right now. I ball my hands in the fist and shove at Vark's chest. Punch him. Punch him in the face. His eyes are bright and out of focus when I am able to look into them. His chest betrays his labored breathing. I wipe the back of my hand against my mouth as I glare at Vark. I do not trust myself to speak without screaming at him. Coherence slowly starts to filter back into his gaze. I can see awareness in his gaze, along with guilt. I suddenly realize that my cheeks are now wet with tears. Why am I crying? Vark takes a step toward me, and though he does not utter a single word, I can see from his body language that he means to apologize. Really? He reaches a hand out as if to touch my face. No! I move back and close my eyes. Ajuva! Who said? I open my eyes when I hear the familiar voice and watch as Fritz quickly rushes to my side and kneels in front of me. His hands cup my face as his thumbs brush against my cheeks, wiping away the tears I cannot stop. What do you do, princess? Fritz. I feel suddenly overwhelmed, like there is too much whirling in my mind. I'm not sure how long we sit there together. It feels short, like a single moment, but it could have been an eternity. I'm sorry, princess. I shake my head in an attempt to clear my fractured thoughts. Fritz frowns, but the expression clears as he brushes my hair away from my face. His fingertips gently trace my cheek as he speaks. I failed as your knight. I should never have left you alone that night. I could have stopped all of this from happening. No, you couldn't. All I have done is cause you pain. And this past week has been hell. Like, why? Because you've been sleeping inside Varg? I didn't know if you'd wake up, or if I would be able to be with you when you did. Oh, so he has awareness? He looks at me, his expression grim. So he had awareness at the time? I wasn't there when you did. Aw, Varg was. You finally know about him? Fritz nods as he gives me a pained smile. No apology could ever be enough to excuse what I did to you. I doubted you that night because I thought what you were saying was impossible. I wondered how I could be cursed without knowing about it. But now, I hate myself for treating you the way I did. I must have put you through so much suffering because I did not believe you. I know I've never been worthy of you, but now I have betrayed the trust you had in me. He drops his hands and pulls away from me. I don't think I have the right to be called your knight. I reach out and grab his hand without thinking. Don't say that. Fritz looks at me in shock. His wide-eyed gaze only makes me feel embarrassed, and I had to focus to keep from floundering. After a long moment, Fritz manages to smile at me. It is small, but genuine. I don't deserve your kindness. Kindness? Is that what this is? We sit together in silence for some time, enjoying each other's calming presence. My room is quiet as the sun steadily starts to rise. Do you know what has happened during the last week? I'm afraid not. I wasn't myself for most of it. He is fading even faster now, and just when I feel that I've truly started to know him. I've already told you about the disappearance of the prince and the princess, but seems like the queen has gone missing as well. Ophelia is missing? I can only hope that they made it out alive, and that Rod led them back to the Martian. There they will be safe. I not think I would ever trust anyone there, and I still don't, but Parfait said that the Martian is a place evil cannot overtake. And whether or not Varg is truly evil, his mission is to kill him. I can at least be sure Parfait will protect them. King Gennaro is still here, but he is different. He is not himself. And what happened? It's your mother. The day you fainted, that same morning, your mother returned. I can only stare at Fritz in shock, knowing that what happened that night wasn't just a dream. Everyone in the castle is acting as if nothing is wrong. It's like the last 4 years haven't happened. But the instant I saw her, I recognized her. And after that, well, I don't remember what came next. My next conscious one was today, when I saw you. Fritz raises his hand as if to touch my face, but he abruptly pulls it away. He flinches, then doubles over, his face contorting with pain. No, not now. I won't let you. Oh, great. He's playing with himself again. His eyes are cloudy, his gaze turned inward. He is speaking to the other side of himself that I cannot see. I reach out to him and try to call him back. Fritz. He looks up at me and attempts a sad smile. He is trying to make it seem like he's fine. When he speaks, it is through gritted teeth. I'll never let him hurt you. Can you trust me? About that, at least? Yes. Who's that? Oh, the shadows dance around him, almost tauntingly at first. Then they simply engulf him, and Fritz disappears into darkness. I take a step back. Aww. This is such a strange thing to witness, though. I hate to interrupt. You again. I snarl at him, but Varg merely shrugs. He looks indifferent, as if what had transpired between us before never happened. I have things to do today. And he just leaves. Varg turns away and walks briskly out of my room without glancing back. I make my way through the hallways of the palace, determined to find Sir Mifros. I remember something weird about this game, I guess, about this ship, was that I think Varg was a lot more popular than Fritz among the players. Like, people preferred him when he was Varg. I don't know. That's kind of weird considering how he behaves. But anyway, over the past few months I have been all but invisible to the people in the palace. It allowed me to pass undisturbed. I had always figured it was because no one remembered who I was with my curse. I mean, I do feel bad for him, like if he really does have feelings for Lucette. I mean, he does, but I mean he's part of Fritz, right? So I mean, whatever. Whatever. Yeah, he's just unfortunate. He's just an unfortunate character. But today things are different. A maid sweeping the hallways jumps to the side of me before quickly curtsying. Your Highness! Her eyes are downcast, and she does not look up at me as I pass by her. As I walk past her, two other servants heading in my direction also move to the side of the hallway. Your Highness. Your Highness. They remember who I am now? But how? Has my curse somehow been broken? I spent the entire morning searching for Sir Merprose, but he is nowhere to be found. The only room I have yet to search is the throne room. I push open the doors and walk inside. There I am met with an unexpected sight. The king sits on his throne, his posture regal, but his eyes downcast. Your Majesty? He does not look up when I enter, but I can see that his eyes are stony, unmoving. I approach him cautiously, and upon closer look, I notice how his eyes look so empty. It's almost as if he cannot see me. I inhale, and somehow catches in my throat. My heart begins to beat rapidly, and something catches in my throat. What have they done to you? My princess. I whirl around and see Sir Merprose approaching me with a smile. Where did he come from? I could have sworn there was no one else here when I entered. Sir Merprose. I was just on my way to see you. Var just told me you had awakened. What is wrong with the king? Physically, there is nothing wrong with him at all. Anger begins to burn within me. You swore that you wouldn't harm him. Is he not alive, my princess? Take a good look at him. The king is completely unharmed. The change in Sir Merprose's expression is subtle, but I can feel the malice in his gaze. I should add that it was difficult to keep this promise, princess. My queen will be having words with you about this. Mother, where is she? She has left the palace for the time being. Yeah, I've been unconscious for a week. My queen could not spend every moment fretting by your bedside. But didn't Varg say he was the one to stay by my side? I shake the thought from my mind. When will I be seeing her? At dinner, I assume. Now, if that's all... Wait. Sir Merprose pauses abruptly to look at me. The servants I met in the hallway seem to remember me. How? You really cannot guess? He sighs as he runs a hand through his hair. When you turned 18 and became the Tinderbearing Bearer, the curse at the Lesser Witch cast on you broke. What? Moments before your mother woke, you were the strongest witch in all of Angiel. A Lesser Witch's spell could not have any effect over you. Congratulations, princess. You are no longer a victim of the curse. Your life is back to the way it was before. Now, is there anything else you would like to ask me? Yes, there is. About Fritz. About Fritz? What about Fritz? What about Fritz? How do I break his curse? Much to my astonishment, Sir Merprose begins to laugh. Why? The sound is cruel and so sharp and deadly it cuts through whatever hope had been forming in my heart. You wish to break his curse? Oh, princess, you should have told me earlier you care so much about the boy. Perhaps then I would have tailored his curse to your requirements. Poor, upstanding, chivalrous Fritz. In many ways he was too much of a knight for his father's liking. Sir Merprose leans closer to me, so close I can see the crazed gleam in his eyes. Oh dear. Would you like to know why I cursed him, princess? Not in particular, not really. I remain rooted in place. But not flinching away from Mephros is harder than I would have thought. Sir Acaster approached his son for help, expecting him to help kill the king and take over the throne, but Fritz refused. Sir Acaster needed an obedient servant, and Fritz deserved to be punished for stepping out of line. No. And so I removed those memories of Alcaster telling Fritz of his devious plans, and gave him the curse. Fritz has a Little Red Riding Hood curse. There is, after all, no better servant than the big bad wolf. He has all the power and the drive of a predator, but is still so obedient. Wolves are closely related to dogs, after all. And better yet, the big bad wolf will always stay close to a lady he desires to devour. Oh, gross. What a disgusting way to put it. I can feel disgust. See? This is disgust. See, thinking in my stomach. I have created the perfect servant for Sir Acaster. In short, Sir Mephros suddenly reaches out a hand to grab my face by the chin. He forces my head up out of a painful angle. There is no breaking his curse, princess. Not unless Fritz is somehow able to mentally overpower Varg. And we all know how formidable Varg is. Sir Mephros releases me. Now put the idea of your prey out of your pretty little head. Don't you already have everything you've ever wanted? Oops. He smiles broadly for returning and walking out of the throne room, leaving me alone and trembling. To break the curse, Fritz has to overthrow Varg in his own mind. Yeah? A sudden cold descends upon me. I wrap my arms around myself and shudder. I turn to look at the king, but he has not moved since my encounter with Sir Mephros. Your Majesty, did I do this to you? Mother, if she were here, she could make sense of it for me. Mother, where are you? I stare at my now trembling hands. It's not what I want at all. Princess, we cannot... I am the crown princess. Which is why we cannot allow you to leave on your own, your highness. It is strange to think just a few months ago these same men did everything they could to keep me out of the palace. Your highness, you'll need an escort if you want to leave. I can take care of myself. Back to being a nuisance, I see. Sir, they know who he is? I watch in stunned silence as both soldiers salute to Varg. Varg turns to smirk at me. Well, what's going on here? The princess wishes to leave the palace to visit the town. Does she now? I can feel Varg's eyes on me, but I refuse to look at him. Fine, I will accompany her. But the queen said the words die in the man's throat as Varg turns to glower at him. His eyes flash with impatience, and it is enough to coax the soldier into silence. Open the gates. Yes, sir. The gates swing open. I rush out, thinking that maybe if I move fast enough I can lose Varg. So what are we here for? Though I try my hardest to shake him, Varg is still irritatingly close, and it is impossible to leave him. Princess. Varg leans out and wraps his fingers around my elbow, pulling me to a stop in the shadows of an alleyway. My irritation is immediate, and I look up to glare at him. What are we doing in town? We? As much as I don't want to agree with those idiot knights, you really shouldn't be wandering the streets. My next words are cold and sharp. Why not? Before, that was what everyone insisted I do. And now the only thing everyone wants is for me to stay indoors. Varg is silent for a few moments before finally letting out an exasperated sigh. Angel is not what it was, princess. What are you talking about? Varg places his hands on my shoulders and turns me so that I'm looking out onto the streets. I'm not overly familiar with the kingdom, but even I can tell that something is off. The shops that once had colorful display windows are now empty. Their displays are dull or non-existent. The liveliness of the market stalls is all but gone. My gaze is drawn to the bakery shop that Fritz had taken me all those months ago. Its dim windows tell me that it is closed. There are so many different sweets here. Buy whatever you like. Are you certain? Absolutely. I know nothing makes you happier than a good pastry. How do you know that? Oh, well, it's a knight's job to know these sort of things. Just how much do you know about me? Nothing that anyone else would know. What's my favorite color? Blue. My favorite flower? Lilies. I told you that those croissants are famous, right? Those are my favorite. I'll get a croissant then. Not a custard Danish. I thought you liked those best. A croissant, of course, right away. An all too familiar ache beats within my chest. Has it been that long since that day? Everything was so vibrant and full of energy back then. This place was so lively, and there was music that filled the streets and performances everywhere. But now, so much has changed. It's so silent. The streets are so empty, and the eyes of the people... Their eyes are glazed and unseeing, just like the king's. I step forward to get a better look without realizing. I'm only dimly aware of Varg's hands, which have not moved from my shoulders. What happened? What happened? Many things, I guess. The queen happened. But the people... She can take control, can demand obedience, but she can't force love or loyalty. The people of Angier are being crushed, princess, and they know who is responsible for it. Oh dear. Varg's voice is hushed, but he still draws stares. I flinch back at the expressions on the people's faces as they look at us. There is fear in their eyes. I instinctively retreat until I fall back into Varg, his hands tugging on my shoulders. They know that you're her daughter. These are looks they have always given me. This is why they have feared me. Abruptly, Varg draws his cape around me, enclosing me in darkness. Oh? Oh, is he being considerate for once? When light finally filters back into my consciousness, I am facing a completely different street. What did he do? Smoke and mirrors. Things might have gone out of hand back there, so I got us out. He suddenly releases me and nudges me forward. Can we return to the palace now? I grit my teeth. I still want to see a town. It's impossible to think that the entire place is so changed. How is that possible? Sir Murphy said Mother was out. I really need to see her. It's almost dinner time, princess. Your family will be expecting you. Mother will be expecting me. I could see her at dinner, right? Thinking about everything that's transpired exhausts me. I rub my eyes and sigh. Fine, let us return. When I enter a dining hall, a familiar figure stands by one of the windows. I have not seen her for 4 years, but she remains unchanged. Standing before me is the only person whose love I have never doubted. Mother! My dearest one. I move toward her immediately, taking like a moth drawn to flame. Soon I have my arms wrapped around her in a hug. I do not care that I am crying. Mother, I have missed you so much. And I have missed you. I cannot believe that Mother is indeed alive. I'm crying so hard tears burn my eyes and it takes effort to speak. I thought you died. Mother presses a soft, cool hand to my cheek. Her touch is more comforting than I remember. And it is thanks to you that I did not. I'm so proud of you, love. I thought her warmth would envelop me longer, but Mother is quick to draw away from me. I look up at her in confusion and flinch when I see that her gaze is cold. Why? But I heard you left the palace today. Oh, okay. What have I told you about leaving the palace, Lucette? No excuses. You know my feelings on this. But... have you truly become so disrespectful while I was absent? Absent? Absent is a very, it's a very light way to say what happened. Let's not fight. Not tonight. Tomorrow, Lynn? Yes, Mother. Come, sit. I take my usual chair and stare at the now vacant seats in front of me. There is a heaviness in my chest as I remember who sat in them. Those are Ophelia, Rod, and Emmeline's places. And the king. I turn to look at him and feel my heart falter, then sink. Lucette? The king is sitting in his usual seat, but his expression is as vacant as it was earlier. It's nothing. Mother follows my line of sight and frowns. Ah, Mithros told me of your request. I had not anticipated that you would require something from him in exchange for reviving me. But no matter, I had no desire to see Alcaster's plans come to fruition. Where is Sir Alcaster? My mother beckons quietly with a wave of her hand, and servants begin to place platters of food on the table. Exiled. There's no place in this kingdom for a snake like him. Then why is Varg still here? My mother looks at me with knowing eyes as the servant spoons soup into our bowls. You still need a guard, my dear. It was fortuitous of me to retain him, considering your actions today. I look down, my mind racing. But enough of these inconsequential notions. You must discuss your training. What? You are the crown princess, and you must learn how to be a queen. Eventually, you too shall become the Tenenbaum bearer. I will show you how to control it. It's impossible for me to think of Mother as a witch. But seeing how she speaks so casually of the Tenenbaum, and considering all that has happened this week, I have no choice but to believe it. Why did you not tell me about the Tenenbaum, about the witches? Dearest one, you were so young. I want to protect you. And it is no matter now, for I am here. I will teach you through practical demonstration. I have always found that to be the most effective way. She looks at me sharply. We will begin by punishing those that cursed you. Fear and shock immediately flood through me. What? Punish Parfait and Delora? They have acted to keep you from me and from your destiny. They must be punished. Don't you wish for revenge on those that have wronged you so? What kind of punishment? Just kidding. Protest. Obviously. I do not want revenge. Mother sets down her spoon. Dearest one, need I remind you of how the people of this world will seek to abuse your nature and your position in order to use you? No. Have you not experienced the selfishness and greed of people firsthand? Were you not cursed by such people? You're right. But Delora and Parfait, they have been kind to me as well. Mother goes back to eating. Regardless, we shall start your lessons tomorrow. For some reason my eyes are drawn once more to the king. He has not moved since dinner began. His soup is still untouched. The king is barely conscious. Jeez. Mother is right here, so close to me, and yet nothing feels right. She's coming to her senses. You will succeed me in all things, my daughter. Mother speaks, and my attention snaps back to her. I expect nothing but your full devotion to this task. I mechanically bring a spoon of soup to my mouth and swallow without tasting. Could I really punish anyone? Oh, dearest one. Mother's voice pulls me from my thoughts. She reaches over and brushes my hair away from my face. Her touch is heartbreakingly familiar. She is right here, but I feel like this is the most distant I've ever been from her. We're never going to be separated again. I wonder how... Chapter 8, Uprising. Is she immortal? Like, is she in the sense that she can't die naturally? Lucette. I cannot do this. Well, I guess well, I don't know, actually. I don't know. I guess the Great War wasn't that long ago, but I don't know. I don't know. I guess it wasn't because she was already queen then. I don't know. The timeline's all messed up. You're not trying hard enough. But it's almost as if you do not wish to complete your training. How did you know? Ever since Mother came back, she has been teaching me to use my magic. But her methods are, well, I cannot bring myself to agree with the way she teaches. But this is a little bird, no more. This bird is still alive! It's been trying to escape the dome it's been trapped under this whole time. Your bleeding heart will be the end of us all, Lucette. Do you feel such turmoil every time you have a meal? Do I need to remind you how many animals are killed on a daily basis just for your meals? But this is different. Why can't Mother see that? All you are doing is removing the air in the dome. This is a lesson about control. How else are we to tell when you are successful about such a barometer? 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 I don't know. Mother raises her hand and without any apparent effort manipulates the air in the dome. The bird drops dead. Now you see how simple it is. I stare at the bird's lifeless body inside a tomb. That was instant. Poor bird. The sight of it brings back old memories. This happened before, and even then I was not able to save the bird's life. I still cannot save anything. And because you hesitated, another bird must be brought in. Oh my god, how many birds will it take this set? Oh my god! I need you to focus, dearest heart. We will continue tomorrow, and I expect you to perform as expected. I expect you to perform as expected. Say no more. Do you understand? Lisette. I nod my head numbly. Mother opens her arms and beckons me toward her. I reluctantly step toward her so that she can embrace me. There is no more warmth in her embrace. There is nothing. Mother strokes my hair. Before, I found the gesture endearing and comforting. But now, I feel cold. I do this because I love you, Lisette. And here it comes, the gaslighting. You understand, yes? The words I want to say are trapped in my throat. I can't. Mother pulls back, a questioning look in her eyes. Say you love me, darling. What the fuck? Of course I love you. I do love her, but things are different now. I cannot deny who she is or what she can do. Mother sighs heavily before releasing me and turning around. Varg. The door opens and Varg steps inside immediately. He kneels before us. Your Majesty. Take my daughter back to her room. As you command. Varg rises and bows before going to hold open the door for me. Princess. Good night, Mother. I curtsy and follow Varg out of the throne room. Lovely. Ever since Fritz disappeared the day I woke up, he has not returned. The hope that he would return and that Varg would be destroyed is slowly disappearing. Every morning I wake and find Varg standing outside my door. I become more disheartened. I look at Varg's back as he walks in front of me. How am I supposed to bring Fritz back? Varg is only getting stronger each day. At this rate, Fritz will... Aduva. You know that will not work on me anymore, Princess. Fritz used to come when I said that word, but I no longer see any signs that he hears me. Worried about your night? Let me tell you something that might lift your spirits then. He's not gone. What? He doesn't think he can afford to lose. He's not giving up control about a fight. Thought you might want to know. Why are you telling me this? You haven't been yourself the past few days. Oh my god, don't make me feel bad for you now. But why do you care? Not the close-up. Varg stops and turns to look at me. He is looking at me the same way Fritz always does, with gentle acceptance. No, you cannot do that to me right now. I can almost believe I am looking at Fritz and not Varg. I've been asking myself the same question. I know these feelings for you aren't my own, yet... Feelings for me? I guess his emotions for you are too strong. It's rubbed off on me, and now I'm stuck caring about you too. Varg's expression changes, a subtle sadness creeping into his eyes. Stupid. You both know who you'll choose when the time comes. What? Varg smiles, but is devoid of any cheer. He turns around and continues walking without waiting for me. Hurry up, Princess. I see why people, would like him, I guess. Especially, after that development, do I call it that? Whatever. But I mean, it's logical. It's logical for Lisette to choose Fritz. I mean, yeah, there's no hope for Varg. Sorry, goodbye. The rest of our walk is silent. The night is deep, dark, and gentle, but I cannot find peace or sleep in the all-consuming silence. Yeah, it's been 2 weeks since Mother's return, and 2 weeks since I've been able to sleep through the night. Most of my days are spent on Mother's side. When we aren't patrolling Angeal, she is teaching me how to use the Tenebrarum, readying me as her successor. Every day it only becomes clearer to me that the kingdom is suffering. The people fear and hate us. It is even worse than it was before. Mother is cruel to everyone, even though I have yet to see them do anything wrong. Is this why Father hated her? Hate is a strong word, but I guess that's true. Your Highness, I beg your forgiveness. My child was not watching where he was going. The man's son had wandered out in front of us. The soldiers' horses would have crushed the child if the man hadn't pushed him out of the way. The stop on the road has caused a delay in our arrival back to the palace. Mother had been out visiting an old friend, a witch. Mother? There was a blinding flash of light as Mother draws a shape in the air. When the light clears, the man has disappeared from in front of us. He is collapsed against the wall of a nearby building. Oh my god. Mother threw him into the building? Let us continue. But Mother, that man isn't moving! I do not think he is breathing. Oh, jeez. Come along, Lizette. Mother, why do you do that? The man, he... Are you questioning me, Lizette? Mother's gaze is cold as steel, her eyes as sharp as a blade. I flinch away from her. You have become soft. The world has changed you while I was sleeping. Do not worry, dearest heart. I will bring you back to what you were. I promise. Mother smiled at me then, the same smile she would always give me when I was a child. I used to be comforted by the sight of it, but now it terrifies me. And the king... I choked down a lump in my throat. He is gone. He speaks, he eats, but he is not here. If it were not clear in his actions, it is clear when I look into his eyes. He is right there, and yet I miss him. The frustration makes me restless. I stand up so that I can make my way toward the window and stare outside. I am being ridiculous. Why should I miss him when he has been nothing but neglectful? I've forgotten how he stopped caring about me when he invited his new family into the palace. He treasured them in his kingdom more than he ever loved me. He never valued me. Yet I would give anything to go back to how things I had been. The weight on my shoulders and in my heart is overwhelming. The feeling only worsens when I turn my thoughts to another person. Fritz. With a sigh, I lean my forehead against the cold glass of the window. Bark said that Fritz is still fighting, so he must still be in there. How can I help him? Fritz? Who? Before I can turn, someone clamps a hand around my mouth. The rest of my words are muffled. Long time no see. That voice. Jurian? That's right. Remain calm, princess. She slowly lowers her hand. I turn around and stare, surprised to see her here in my room. What are you doing here? She smiles, and some of the weight in my heart lifts. We're on a rescue mission. We? At that moment, a man sidesteps into the doorway, his footsteps cautious and soft. Garland? He has not turned completely, but cranes his neck to give me a soft smile. Glad to see you're safe, princess. I can barely believe that the two of them are standing here. It has been so long. We apologize for being late. We have been trying to get into the palace for the last few months, but a powerful shield has been keeping us from entering. Lady Parfait could easily destroy it, but it would have meant destroying the palace as well. The last thing I want is to cause panic among the people. Mifros and Varg are crafty. They have been watching over the palace like hawks, and it was difficult to speak with Prince Rod when he was being watched around the clock. We need more time. We needed more time to make sure our rescue mission would not fail. And how do you find a way inside? Lady Parfait managed to find a weak spot in the shield, but it's thin, and only allows a few people into the palace at one time. Gora and I know this place better than anyone. That's why we're here to rescue you. Deloria and Lady Parfait wanted to come, but the shield easily detects witches and fairies. But they're waiting for us at the Martian Princess. Was I meant to escape with Rod and Emmeline before? Yes, that was the only other plan we had, though it didn't go as expected when someone caught whiff of their plans and sent Varg out to kill them. So they tried to save me before and failed. Why, alright, why did you come for me? They look at me, their expressions baffled. What? I cross my arms as I look at them. Why would you rescue someone you hate? Princess. Of course we come for you, you're part of the Martian after all. What? Jurian looks at me seriously. Let's go. Jurian heads toward the door, but stops when she notices that I am not following her. Coming, princess? How can the Martian take me back after everything I have said and done? How could the Martian accept me back? Do they even want me to return? I only realized I had spoken aloud when Jurian answers me. Princess, we wouldn't be here if that wasn't the case. We have to leave now. We're running out of time. I can think about this later. I nod and follow him out of my room. Jurian leads the way, and I follow after her. Garland brings up the rear, his eyes alert as he constantly surveys our surroundings. The night around us is cold and still, but the quiet only makes me more anxious. Gar usually appears in situations like this. Is he not here? And I feel so useless having to be rescued like this. Garland reaches out to place a hand on my shoulder. We're almost out. I nod, not trusting my own voice. Shh. Garland stands at attention as he continues slowly moving forward. Eventually a figure moves to block our path. And what is this? Oh boy, I cannot move. Jerry and Garland, however, already have their swords out. The deadly metal glitters. The deadly metal glitters in the grey glow of the moon. And here I thought the fairy had given up. Nephros. Her voice is a low growl. It is so full of malice it makes the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Let us pass. And if I did, where would you be taking the princess? Jiren's shoulders tense. Garland glares at Nephros from behind her. I could lie, but it would also be easier to just kill you. You're as bloodthirsty as ever. Unfortunately, I cannot allow your mischief to continue. Sir Nephros has just begun to raise his hand when Jurian darts forward, her sword gleaming as she raises it to slice at his arm. Sir Nephros howls, falling hard to the ground as he curls in on himself to cradle his injury. Go, quickly! The remaining quiet is all but shattered as we run away from Nephros. Though he is in pain, I can still hear his voice call out from behind us. Do not think this will be so easy, princess! I ignore him and keep running, not daring to look back. We've been running for a while now. My legs are beginning to go numb. Only a little longer, princess, and we'll be out. You're doing well. I can do no more than nod as I force myself to keep running. I am pathetic. I am slowing them down so much. There, I can see the exit. Watch out! Ah! Shirin falls back to evade the explosion and bumps into me in the process. Moments later, however, she is once again standing at the ready of her sword. Garland sets his hands firmly on my shoulders to help me regain my balance. What was that? A familiar face emerges from the smoke, her expression cold. Oh no! Lisette. Mother. I didn't want to believe Nephros, but here you are. Princess, get back. Mother turns to face Jurian Garland, her expression full of contempt. I remember you, Jurian Valiant. And you as well, Garland Belrot. I thought I was rid of Alcaster's pests. We'd not work for Sir Alcaster. No, you and your pet have changed allegiances, haven't you? What? What did you call him? The small mother's face is bright and cruel. It sends chills trilling down my spine. Is that not what he is? Mother casually waves a hand at Garion, who remains quiet. He follows you around like a lost puppy. He is so desperate for a scrap of affection that he would do anything for you, regardless of his own pride. It is admirable how well he knows his commands. Stop it. Come, Garland. Sit, Garland. Good boy, Garland. Shut up! Jurian, don't. But his words come too late. Jurian rushes forward, her body nothing but a blur, her teeth bared in savage hatred. Jurian's fast, but Mother is faster. She raises her hand and sends Jurian back with a terrible flash of light as Garland catches her. And you defend his honor as if you were some poor maiden. How pathetic. Garland's voice is soft as he says Jurian. Jurian, please, she's just trying to get a rise out of you. I know that! Jurian throws his hands off, a murderous look in her eyes as she glares at Mother. Mother remains in the same place, smiling that terrible smile of hers. She is amused by this, nothing more. Get the princess out of here, Garland. What are you saying? I'm not leaving you here. Once she's safe, come back for me. Jurian finally turns to look at him, a soft smile on her face. Trust me, Lan. There is a long moment of silence as the two gaze at each other, unspoken words pass between them, and eventually Garland caves. Alright. Both of them tighten their grips on their swords. Are you done? Mother hasn't moved, but her presence in the small tunnel was overwhelming. Her magic smothers the very air. Jurian sinks into a stance, her body loose and poised, seemingly unperturbed. Ready when you are. Mother does not attack. Instead, she turns to face me with one graceful movement. Lizette, stop this nonsense. This is not the time for games. Be a good girl and go back to your room. No. Thank you. How about no? Dearest one, I stand resolute and take strength from Garen's steady presence behind me. What Mother is doing is wrong. What she wants isn't right and has never been right. What she's done to the king, what she's done to Angiel. How am I meant to look at her the same way? My voice is quiet when I finally speak. No. What? I take a deep breath and look her in the eyes. No, I will not return to my room. Mother's expression is unexpectedly calm as she looks at me. My own daughter would choose these traitors and liars over me? Is my love so inconsequential to you? Has she ever truly loved me? Mother, if your love is what love is meant to be, I do not want it. Mother is not who I thought she was. When I look at her now, all I can see is what she truly is. Evil. Clearly, I've become corrupted during my absence. I suppose it must be the work of the infernal fairies. Never mind. Once I have destroyed each and every one of them, you will return to me, my daughter. She raises her hand and light curls around her fingers, but before she can cast her spell, Jurian is at my mother's side. Jurian's sword glints as it slices through the air, and then through Mother's clothes. Go! Princess, come on! But Jurian, if we leave her alone... Garen pulls me away from my mother, and Jurian as her battle begins. We hear the dull clatter of metal as we run, and can see the flashes of light even as we escape back the way we came. Garland. He had not gone far when I forced Garland to stop. Garland! It's only when I grab his shoulder that he stops and turns to look at me. Princess? We cannot leave her there. Maybe I can convince Mother to let her go. You really think you can convince that witch? I can try. My job is to keep you safe. Mother has all the power of the crystal Cinderella at her disposal. I forced myself to say it. Jurian would not last long. Garland, you have to know this too. Jurian must know as well. Garland's jaw hardens and he stares at me, not truly looking at me, but through me. Garland, please. We cannot let Jurian die. Not when we might be able to do something about it. Garland stares at the ground, his expression conflicted. I know he cares for her, and that is why he must go back for her. Garland closes his eyes briefly. When he opens them, I know he has made his decision. When we return, the scene is very different. Blood spatters the tunnel walls, and Jurian is on her knees, bent forward, her face away from us. My mother is nowhere to be seen. Jurian! Garland is suddenly in front of me, mindlessly racing toward Jurian. Jurian! Jurian! All at once she seems to come alive. She gasps out for breath and coughs. Garland, what are you doing here? I told you to. Her voice wavers as Garland crouches down in front of her. He folds himself around her and pulls her gently to his chest. His eyes are shut tight as he buries his face in her hair. Jurian chokes back a sob as she reaches up to hold him tightly. I exhale in relief. Both of them are alive and safe. You idiot, I told you to get her out! The princess gave me permission to disobey an order. He lifts his head to smile back at me. She outranks you, Jurian, at least as far as titles are concerned. Garen slowly guides her to her feet. What happened? The queen disappeared and Jurian suddenly stops. We hear it at the same time. A terrible ripping sound, like the air itself is being torn. I see a slither of shadows and a natural light in the darkness, and suddenly I realize what is happening. My panicking mind is only able to process everything that happens in slow motion. Mother appears behind Jurian, poised to strike. I see the horror in Garen's eyes, the acceptance and determination. I try to cry out a warning, anything, but I can barely breathe. Garland pushes Jurian toward me and out of the way as he rushes my mother. At the same time, Garland pushes forward. Mother holds out her hand. It takes only a single heartbeat for it to plunge it into Garland's chest. Garland! What a loyal pet, giving your life for hers. Garland's face crumples in on itself. Even from where I am, I can hear Mother twist her hand inside him. And how sad. Mother wrenches her bloodied hand out, and Garland falls to the ground. Yes, this is one of the big reasons why I don't like this route. You fool, you didn't even tell her that you loved her. You! Jurian runs at my mother, a desperate cry of grief and rage escaping from her. Jurian, no! She is too weak from her own injuries. She can barely hold up her sword. I am unable to speak or move as Jurian rushes toward her own death. But Mother simply sidesteps, her expression disinterested as Jurian falls to her knees. I was kind enough to kill him slowly for you, so you could say your goodbyes. Mother turns to face me. The blood drips from her hand down to her dress, where it congeals and oozes like black tar. Do you understand now, dearest one? This is what you have made me do. This is what I must do now to all those who have corrupted you. You were the one who forced my hand. Do not forget that. And more gaslighting. For a moment, the air in the tunnel disappears, and terrible silence fills the darkness. By the time the air comes rushing back into my starved lungs, Mother is gone. The tunnel is empty, lights flicker in the aftermath of her disappearance. The only thing I can hear apart from the rushing of blood in my ears is Jurian's sobs. Garland, no! I make my way slowly toward her. It is like wading slowly through murky water. Jurian's leaning over Garland and has his head on her lap. He is still breathing. Parfait can help him. When I crouch down, I can see the open wound Mother left behind. I swallow down the bile that rises in my throat, along with any of my words of comfort. Magic cannot fix this. Garland, please. I get down on my knees beside Jurian. This is my fault. Don't cry. Garland. He smiles at her. It is a genuine smile that breaks my heart. Jurian shakes her head. No, Garland, you can't. Jurian, I love... His voice trails off as he closes his eyes, his breathing becoming more labored. He gasps one last time before his body stills completely. Garland? Garland! I bite down my tongue and bow my head as Jurian howls her loss into the silence of the blood-soaked tunnel. We spend some time with Garland in the tunnel. Jurian shakes with silent sobs as she grips his still body. But eventually, Jurian gently removes Garland from her lap as she stands up. She takes his sword as she presses her hand to his face one last time. Then she turns and walks away from Garland's body with his sword clutched tightly in one hand. She grips her sword in the other. It takes all that I have to keep up with her. Jurian. Jurian, this is all my... Not now. Her voice is quiet, and all the more disturbing for it. This is all my fault. Lisette, Jurian! Waltz? What is he doing here? Waltz comes running up to us, his eyebrows creased with worry. I've been waiting so long, I was about to... He pauses, his eyes flicking to the swords in Jurian's hands. Why do you have Garland's sword? Waltz's face pales. Where is he? Gone. What? Garland is gone. Her hands tighten on the sword she holds. For a few moments her shoulders slouch, but then she turns away abruptly and continues walking. Let's go. Waltz turns to me. They said it was going to be a simple in and out, so I let them go alone. What happened in there? It was my fault. Princess, I'm sure that's not true. I glare at Waltz as tears well in my eyes. It was my fault. Waltz falls silent and he studies my face. Then he sighs before taking my hand. We'll sort this out at the Martian. Come on. As soon as the Martian doors close behind us, Jurian collapses. Jurian! Luckily, I am close enough to catch one of her arms, and Waltz is fast enough to catch the other. Move her to a chair. Together, we manage to guide Jerry into a chair. We scurry down on it as gently as we can. I watch as she unfolds on the chair, and that is when I see the dark red slashes and tears in her clothing. Some of her wounds are open, and visibly bleeding. She's still bleeding. Waltz pulls a cloth from his back pocket and hands it to me. Clean what you can. I can lay Parfait and Rumple. He runs off, leaving me alone with Jerian. It looks like she's bleeding everywhere. I steel myself and kneel by her side. Gently I reach out and begin to wipe at the worst of what I can see. Jerian moans and I flinch in sympathy. I am sorry. I feel a lump rise in my throat. I convinced Garland to go back. If I hadn't, he wouldn't have. Jerian shifts slightly to put her hand on my cheek. Her touch is cool and gentle. Jerian? There's a softness in her gaze, in an inexplicable kindness in the touch of her hand. After a moment, Jerian slowly nods and her eyes fall closed on a sigh. Wait, is she okay? Jerian? Jerian! Waltz! She just closed her eyes. She's not speaking. She's not going to die too, is she? Not if I have anything to say about it. Excuse me, princess. Rumple gently pushes me aside and I let him, hovering over his shoulder as he crouches to inspect Jerian. Well? Princess. Waltz steps beside me and gently places his hand on my arm. What? Rumple needs to work his magic now. And? So... why don't we get you something to drink, I am not going to leave her. Princess, please. We should let Rumple work. I look back over my shoulder, watching how carefully Rumple attends to Jerian. Okay. Waltz's hand acts as my lifeline as he helps me into the tavern area. My legs become weaker with every step. Hi, stranger. Delora. I only realize that I am running to her after I barrel into her. I bury my face in her shoulder as I suppress a sob. Delora's arms come around me, holding me tight as whatever calm facade I was holding up comes apart at the seams. Waltz, would you please get those mugs? Of course. Delora leads me to one of the benches, one of her arms still around me so she can rub my back. Somehow, a simple gesture is helping me calm down. Lucette, are you hurt? I shake my head. Thank goodness for that. I stay in her embrace until Waltz returns to place something on the table. How are we doing? I pull away reluctantly to rub at my eyes. I'm okay. Delora takes a mug and places it in my hand. Good, now drink. I nod question and raise the mug to my mouth. Hot chocolate. Delora made this for me before. I take a few deep swallows of the hot, sweet liquid. Better? Yes. Lizette, can you tell me what happened? Mother found us in the tunnels. Jerian told Garin to get me out. My throat threatens to close, but I force the words out. Mother is so strong, and I thought Jerian might not survive. So I convinced Garin to go back, and that's when... I stare down my mug, my hand trembling. It's my fault. It's all my fault. If I hadn't convinced Garland to go back, Mother wouldn't have killed him. The silence in the tavern is deafening. Finish your hot chocolate, Lucette. I obey without a word. Everyone is going to be so angry with me. It's my fault Garin is dead, and it's my fault Jerian is injured. Have you heard about your stepfamily? I know they're gone. Are they dead as well because of me? Hey, don't look like that. I'll have you know that I had to use a sleeping spell on Prince Rod and Princess Emmeline earlier. They heard about what Jerry and Garland were going to do tonight. I don't think I would have been able to stop them from coming along on the rescue mission otherwise. What? You got them out, Princess. Varg would have killed them if you hadn't stepped in. The Queen was already waiting at the end of the tunnel on the day the Prince and Princess escaped. Alcaster must have somehow gotten wind of the escape plan, which is why he had Varg try to eliminate them then and there. Security tightened more after that day. Oh, thank goodness. And we've been worrying about you ever since you left. Well, ever since you stormed out all those months ago. Delora's smile is sad as she reaches up to push my hair out of my face. None of this is your fault, Lucette. If anything, it was mine and Parfait's, for letting this happen. We tried to help you escape, but we couldn't break the shield around the palace in fear of putting everyone inside in danger. That's why we had to wait. We never thought we'd have to worry about Hildir being revived. And though we would have liked to save you outside the palace. That's right, I was out of the palace more than a couple of times. Once with Varg, and another with Mother. We couldn't put the lives of others in danger when Hildir was right there. She would have killed the citizens. Even if I wanted to escape the dais with Varg, he wouldn't have left me. Let me. I gripped my now empty mug. Princess. I understand how you feel, and I know it's difficult, but frankly, we have bigger fish to fry. I think you realize now what kind of person Hildir is. I do. Then you know what we have to do. I know too well what it is we must do. In fact, I knew this was bound to happen sooner or later. I started this. I don't know if I can fix everything. I don't know if I can save Angiel. But no matter how long it might take, I must make things right. I finally look up at Delora and nod. We have to stop Mother. Chapter 9, Rebellion. Because of the severity of Jurian's wounds, Rumpel decided he would bring her to the nearest clinic so she could be better cared for. Annis decided to go with him, and surprisingly, Ophelia and her children all opted to go as well. Now, the only ones left here at the tavern are me, Delora, Waltz, and Karma. They may not say it, but I'm sure they're blaming me for what is happening to Angiel right now. Why would she think that? I mean, no, it's not that why would she think that. It's just so sad that she's still thinking that. I need to make things right. I close my eyes as a sudden bout of dizziness comes over me. Mother has always been the person that mattered most to me. I never questioned or disobeyed her because she was so important. She was my light in days that were often so dark. But I have no choice. If Mother isn't stopped, who knows how many more lives will be lost. The only way to stop Mother is to kill her, isn't it? I'm sorry, but this really is the only way. Yes, I know. But I do not think I could kill her myself. Delora has a knowing look in her eyes as she turns to address Waltz. We'll leave as soon as Parfait comes back. We're meeting with the fairies. If you can fully use your magic, then we may actually stand a chance. Magic? What are you talking about? Waltz is just a street magician. What help could he be? Don't underestimate our magician. Waltz is a witch, and a lot stronger than he looks. Waltz is a witch? You know I have the Neverland curse. Yes. I not know that fairy tale, but what does that have to do with anything? Your mother was a witch that cursed me. What? But Waltz, if you are also a witch, how can you be cursed? Your mother is a Tinenbaron bearer, which means she has the power to punish all witches if she chooses. As to why he was cursed, Waltz's expression darkens. Hildir needed to be stopped. I knew I couldn't defeat her alone, so I enlisted the help of the fairies. I betrayed her, and she punished me before she died. Waltz almost single-handedly brought about the end of the Great War. He's the reason we've been enjoying this peace for as long as we have. I never knew. Of course, you can only imagine how displeased Hildir was of Waltz. Hildir stole my shadow and sealed it away in Neverland. Your shadow? You're really need to work on your fairytale knowledge one of these days, princess. Aww, that's a little sad. Peter Pan is a boy that lives in Neverland, which is a place where children never grow up. Waltz's curse means he has been frozen in a child's body since Hildir cursed him all those years ago. He can't grow up, and he can't use any magic. Well, I can still do some spells, but only simple, harmless ones. For Waltz to get his magic back, he needs to find Tinkerbell, which is the key to Neverland. We need to unlock his shadow. But all this time you never found Tinkerbell or Neverland? I've looked everywhere. I've looked everywhere I can think of. I'm sure she casts a spell on it to make it more difficult to locate. Even in the palace? Delora snorts and I suddenly feel embarrassed. Of course not. Why would Waltz look in the palace first? I mean, especially considering Hildir is the queen and has numerous secret chambers for things she wants to keep hidden. Looking through the entirety of the palace for a small box might be difficult. Neverland's a box that was left to me by my parents. It's made of gold with carvings that resemble a pair of wings. What? Waltz jumps at my sudden reaction. Princess? That box. I have forgotten about it, but I can vaguely remember an old box in my room that matches that description. Laura left me a trinket box and a key that matched that description. She told me never to touch the box or to let anyone see it. I've had for years. All this time Tinkerbell and Neverland were with you? I never knew what was inside. I was too afraid to disobey Mother's orders. The thought for giving you that box never even crossed my mind, but now thinking back on it, it makes sense. I want to ask him what he means, but we are running out of time. I will have to ask him about it at a later time. I can get Neverland and Tinkerbell to you. I can return your magic. If Walt's back to his true form, we may have a fighting chance at this. So what do we do first? We? There's no we in this, Lucette. Only us. But I just said I could help. It's too dangerous, Princess. But I am the only one who knows where to find this box. Then you will tell us where it is and we'll retrieve it. It's as simple as that. I scowled at her with my arms crossed. I refuse to stay here and be useless while everyone else puts themselves at risk saving Angel. Angel is this way because I brought back Mother. I must take responsibility. And I will not let anyone else die at Mother's hands. You said, Mother is less likely to harm me. I have a better chance of getting Neverland Tinkerbell without causing a disturbance. How can you say it after what's already happened? You're not safe either, Lucette. No sooner had she said the words than a terrible blast echoes through the Martian. I cough as smoke envelops the tavern. A silhouette emerges in front of us, and I feel my blood turn cold when I realize who it is. Varg. Just when I thought I was safe, Varg reappears. Oops. I always forgot how powerful this thing can get. Where previously there had been a wall made of stone, sturdy and strong, there is now a sizable hole. Remnants of brick and stone collapse inward in the aftermath. The dust rises to settle around Varg's feet, where he stands casually twirling his cane. Hope I am not disturbing anything, but all the doors are locked. Karma. Karma? Delora and I turn to glance at the wall behind us, where Waltz is looking. Karma standing there, injured. His forehead has a large gash, and one of his arms is limp and useless. Oh no! He still manages to tightly grip the hilt of his sword with his other hand. Where did Karma come from? I would have appreciated you destroying less property when you knocked on the tavern door. And I would have appreciated if you'd gone out of my way when I asked politely, so I wouldn't have had to resort to explosions. Seems both of us are disappointed. What do you want, Varg? Don't we all already know the answer to that question? Come on. Varg turns to look at me expectantly. I thought the stolen goods would be brought here. What did you just call me? Karma lets out a harsh laugh. Has no one told you that women do not like being imprisoned against their will? Has no one told you people that is not good to steal? I am not an item to be stolen or imprisoned. I ball my hands and fist. I cannot let Varg hurt anyone here. I have no idea if this will work, but if Fritz is truly fighting, then he must be able to hear my voice. Fritz. Varg growls, his eyes bright and angry as he glares at me. You need to give up on him, Princess. Never. Fritz, I know you're still there. No matter what you say, nothing will change. Fritz is gone. Aduva! He won't. Varg chokes on his words and doubles over. You are being very annoying. Did it work? Out of the corner of my eye, I know is Karma preparing to attack while Varg is momentarily weakened. But something does not feel right. Karma, stop! What? Get the princess away from here. What's happening? That voice. Fritz! Despite the fact that it is Varg standing before me, it's most certainly Fritz looking at me through those eyes. Please. I don't know how long I can hold him here. You all need to get out of here while you still can. You need to keep the princess safe. Keep her away from the palace. Well, let's get her out of here now. No! I dodge Waltz's reaching hands as I attempt to run toward Fritz. Keep her safe, please. Now! No, don't hurt him! Karma runs forward, his sword raised just as Waltz grasps my hand and pulls me out of the way. No! Time slows as I watch Varg slowly come back to coherence. His lips curl into a snarl as he begins to bring his cane down to the floor. Delora throws her hand out, the collected light racing toward Varg. Varg stumbles back, his cane never hitting the floor. Varg growls as he glares up at Delora. Witches are so inconvenient. Unfortunately, Delora is not the only inconvenience in his room. Varg raises his cane to block Karma's next swing. Tch. Watts grips my hand and tugs. We have to go, princess. I glance back at Karma and Delora. There must be something I can do. Help him? Help him. My eyes drift towards Varg's cane. That cane is the source of his magic. If I can get away from him, then Delora and Karma will stand a chance. With renewed determination, I run toward Varg. Princess. I barrel past Karma and hit Varg square in the gut with my shoulder, forcing him backwards and to the ground. I manage to twist the cane away from him and clutch it as Varg rises and begins to advance toward me. No time for games. Give it back. No. You really are nothing without your cane, aren't you? For a moment there is only silence as Varg freezes. I cannot read the expression on his face. What is he thinking? Varg breaks the silence when he bursts out laughing. It is a sound that heralds certain chaos. The cane is not my only weapon. I watch as Varg slips a dagger out from his sleeve. And what are you going to do with that little thing? Poke me? Who said anything about you? Oh man, he has the crazy eyes. With a smirk, Varg brings the dagger to his neck. This dagger is more than enough to do some damage to the princess's favorite knight. No! Now that is definitely cheating. This is ridiculous. You share a body. You'll end up hurting yourself as well. Varg shrugged, and I cannot tell if he is really unconcerned or pretending to be. I'll do whatever it takes. Varg smiles at me. In his light, his teeth appear to be gleaming and sharp, like he has fangs. Now give me back my cane, and do precisely as I tell you, or the boy dies. I stand still. I cannot look away from Varg's gaze, which is bright with triumph. If Fritz dies, you die as well. Are you not afraid of death? I was never really alive to begin with. I'm just a bit of Fritz's mind given independence. His body isn't mine, so I can destroy it and not feel a thing. It will be Fritz that suffers. Princess, don't listen to him. You know it's a trap. I know Watts is telling the truth. I can see it in the look on Varg's face. I grip the cane tighter to me. Varg is lying to me. He would definitely suffer, but he is also serious about hurting Fritz. I cannot let that happen. Now do as you're told, little princess. Don't be stupid, Luzette. You'll leave everyone here alone. Varg nods, amusement flickering in his eyes. As my princess commands. Princess, don't. I am so sorry. But just as I start to move toward Varg, a bright light shines out from behind me. The shield light pushes forward and past me, shoving Varg back and out through the hole he'd made in the wall. I turn, barely able to believe what I see. Parfait! She comes to stand in front of me. Listen closely, we don't have much time. Parfait's eyes flicker to Varg, who is shifting ever so slightly in the rubble. You and I can tell that he is only temporarily out of commission. Tomorrow midnight, Mia's at the palace gates. Bring Neverland Tinkerbell with you. But you... do you understand? I falter as I imagine what Parfait could possibly be planning, but I have no time, and I can read nothing in her gaze. There's nothing else for me to do but nod in understanding. Yes, I understand. Parfait smiles at me as she caresses my cheek with a gentle hand. I have faith in you, princess. We all do. You'll be fine. Parfait. Parfait grabs me by the shoulders and forcefully pushes me toward Varg. He catches me, his hands firmly gripping my shoulders as I am careened into him. Keep her safe, Fritz. Varg flinches. He is inhaling and getting ready to speak when the air around us suddenly thins and we are swallowed by light. When I am able to breathe again, I open my eyes and see that I am back at the palace. Did Parfait transport us? I become aware that Varg still has his hands on my shoulders, and I wrench free from his grip. Strange that your friends would actually send you back here with me. Seems like they need you to retrieve something from the palace. Varg reaches out and snatches his cane from my hands. I'm not letting you leave the palace again, princess. The palace is eerily silent, and it is as if none of the chaos that just transpired ever happened, like it was all a dream. I ignore Varg and walk back to the gates as I suffocate the seething turmoil inside of me. Just try and stop me. I slam my bedroom door behind me and lock it. It's only been a few hours since I was here. Since during the garland, I close my eyes and will the memories away. Now is not the time. I must keep my promise to Parfait. I begin to search through my drawers. I could have sworn that this is the last place I saw Neverland and Tinkerbell. There it is! There it is. Tinkerbell, an elaborate golden key, is exactly where I remember leaving it. I place it carefully underneath my lamp so as to keep it hidden from sight. But where is Neverland? I nearly turn my room upside down looking for it, but I never find the golden box. It should be here. Why isn't it here? My body is heavy after all that happened today, and soon I find myself collapsed on my bed. It'll be fine. I have until midnight tomorrow to find it. I'll continue looking in the morning. Fritz. Man, he doesn't know, what do you call it, screen time? He has so much less screen time than Varg. My sleep is broken and disjointed. So when dawn comes filtering through my windows, I'm already half awake. I pull myself out of bed and rub at my eyes. I need to find Neverland. I retrieve Tinkerbell from where I'd hidden it and slip the key into my pocket. Then, with renewed determination, I continue my search. Why isn't it here? I have it right next to Tinkerbell. I feel I would remember had I moved it. But I did drop Neverland months ago, didn't I? I've been meaning to get it fixed, but I always forgot. But it's not here. That means someone must have taken it. But who? Would Mother or Mifrose have taken it? Where should I look? Throne room. Throne room. Thankfully, when I get to the throne room, it is empty. But where do I even begin to look? Out of the corner of my eye, I notice something sparkle from the throne. I rush toward the throne, and am unable to believe my dumb luck. There's no way. That's too good to be true. Oh my god, this is a trap. The box is definitely there, sitting right in front of me. I found it! But why is it just sitting there? Something feels off. If it isn't my disobedient daughter. I reach out and snatch Neverland to hold it to my chest. I have to keep Neverland and Tinkerbell safe, no matter what. I'm glad to see one of my servants is capable. Still, I wonder why Varg did not report a success in retrieving you. Varg did not tell her. I should have a word of that cur. Mother walks toward me. I was not amused when you left the palace, Lizette, but I thought that sooner or later fate would send you here to retrieve something. You were a very good girl for keeping that box safe as I told you to. But I see it was a mistake to leave it here while I was attending to Mifrose's reports. I clutched Neverland tighter. This does not belong to you. Mother's voice is ice cold when she speaks. Oh? You hurt me so much last night. I hope you're not planning on leaving me again. I know you're hurting too, dearest one. I know you want to stay here with me. Mother sighs, and suddenly I can see the mother from my memories, the one that had held me close and sung me to sleep at night. If fate hadn't interfered, you would be so much happier. Fate? Once upon a time, she was a dear friend. We were like sisters, until she betrayed me. She is no doubt going by a different name to hide her true nature from you. But you know now. You know that she is pulling you from your birthright. You were happier when you could not remember, weren't you? What? Oh, my darling. Mother reaches for me and cannot move as she sets a hand on my cheek. I have only ever wanted to protect you, Lizette. I have only ever wanted the best for you. Mother gently runs a hand through my hair. I sacrificed so much so that my daughter could be a crown princess. I did not want to erase your memories, but I knew how much it would hurt you if you knew my true nature. And I knew how sad you would be if you knew just how much your father did not love us, either of us. And all because of his ridiculous love for that wretched harlot and her whelps, the very same commoner you married after I was gone, the woman he sought to marry from the start. Ophelia? The king has loved Ophelia for so long? Isn't that unbelievable? That I was still so loyal to her even after he had me. I should have made good on my threat, and just killed her, regardless of whether Gennaro did as I demanded. Ah, but he has always hated witches. That's why he is so cruel to you, why he was so cruel to both of us. Dearest one, we only have each other, so it was, and so it will be. I am the only one that will never hurt you, the only one you ever need to love and obey. Your longing for anyone else, your memories of anyone else, they are all unnecessary. Now be a good girl and listen to Mother. If I run, will I just be killed? Refuse. I flinch away from my mother's reaching hand. Mother hurt the king. She hurt so many people. She killed Garland. No. What did you say to me? I cannot let her hurt anyone else. No. Mother's eyes glitter as light begins to collect in her palms. Ugh. I can only bear your disobedience for so long, Lucette. It seems you require disciplining. Mother raises her hands, the light reflecting the cruelty in her gaze that I am now too familiar with. Knowing I couldn't outrun her, I turn my back and hold Neverland to my chest. I must protect Neverland. The air crackles and I brace myself for whatever Mother might unleash. I feel a hand on my back and then I am pushed away. I fall down on the ground, hard. What was that? You. Did you miss me? Delora! How did you get in here? I had some help. Princess! Fritz? Fritz runs toward me and holds out his hand to help me up. Fritz, I thought I'd lost you. It's only for a second, but he pulls me close to him in a hug. I will never leave you. Fritz's arms tighten around me briefly before he releases me. We both turn to face Mother. You were going to hurt her, your own daughter. This is no concern of yours, and even if it was, what could you hope to achieve? Hold on. I need to plug this in. Hold on. You are so much weaker than the wolf, so much weaker than Varg. Eek. Fritz's body stiffens. No, Fritz, don't listen to her. Even now, you only cling to a shred of control. Tell me. Sir Fitzgerald, how much longer until you are completely erased? He was strong enough to resist Varg, so much so that he was able to get me in here past your guards and your barriers. I think that makes Fritz plenty strong. I do not recall giving you the traitor permission to speak. Do not think I've forgotten how you betrayed me, Delora. I haven't forgotten anything either, Heldir. Loria was only a child. Her fate was entirely your doing. Who are you talking about? Loria is my daughter. I never heard Delora speak of a child. I'd always opposed Hildir's actions. I disagreed with her creation of the fairy tale curse from the beginning. When I voiced my opinions out loud, she targeted my daughter. She killed her in front of me. Suddenly everything in the room is still, and two women glare at each other, but neither one of them moves. You were not there when our kind were being hunted and slaughtered like animals in their own homes. I am the Tin Bearer. I felt each of their deaths like they were my own. Retribution was necessary, but you, being so holy and so good. It took little Loria's death for you to understand the anguish of her brethren, to comprehend my anguish. I would not have killed her if you were not so blind. She was only 10, and she suffered for your weakness. Delora holds out her arm and sweeps it across the room, lightning traveling up her arm. Fritz tugs me around one of the columns and then presses my back into the corners of the pillar. He holds himself against me, acting as a shield. Don't move. The ground shakes as Delora releases her spell. You think you can defeat me when you haven't even been training? How foolish. Please, I have no intention of defeating you. Fritz! Cover your ears, princess. Too confused to question him, I obey. I hear the sound of lightning crackling in the air, followed by an explosion. The column comes crashing down to the other side of the room. Time to go. Fritz's hands tightens around mine. We run out of the throne room with Delora's mother's screech sounds through the room behind us. Are you okay? Yes, I'm alright. I'm just so glad you're here. Aww. See, what did I tell you? What are you talking about? Your knight here was scared that you wouldn't want to see him anymore after what happened yesterday. Oh my god. Fritz's fingers tightened over my own. If only I was strong enough to fight Varg, I could have... It wasn't your fault, Fritz. But what matters is that you are here now. Fritz looks at me and smiles. How do you know where I would be? Intuition. And magic. Well, yes, and magic. Do you have Tinkerbell? I hold Neverland in one hand as I reach for my other to search for the key in my pocket. Thankfully, my fingers still brush against the cool metal. It's in my pocket. Good, very good. Whatever happens, you must get Neverland Tinkerbell to the Martian, okay? I nod my head. That's a good girl. Alright, I'm going to get more water, but, yeah, okay. It turns out that I actually had no more water left, so now I had to boil some more. Anyway, that's a good girl. Parfait said to be here at midnight. What time is it? We're too early. Sometimes Parfait is early too. Looks like tonight is not one of those nights though. It looks like my coming early was both a blessing and a setback. She is using the name Parfait. How sweet. Fritz steps in front of me as Mother reappears in front of us. Stay behind me. Fritz, I would never forgive myself if you got hurt. Please, stay behind me. Fritz smiles gently at me and my chest aches at the sight. Everything will be alright, I promise. I promise I'll protect you. I know you will. Fritz, Lucette must make it out at all costs. I do not like the sound of that. And you must understand why I cannot let you take my daughter from me. Oh, you took mine. Oof. Delora's hands begin to glow. Perhaps this time, Lucette shall watch as you die, Delora. Why? No. Well, you can try and kill me, but your chances are slim. I have a very good knight with me, and I think he likes me more than he likes you. That can be remedied. Mother flicks her wrist. Delora holds out her own hand as if to prepare for the impact of a spell, but the magic never comes. Mother is not aiming for Delora. Of a gasp, Fritz drops his sword and falls to his knees. Fritz! Come along, Varg. I won't let you... That's when I realize my mother is calling for Varg. Her hand twists in the air, manipulating Fritz's body to copy his movements. His body writhes and turns as he struggles to remain himself. Now. No, Fritz! Princess. I'm sorry, but I can't... Fritz looks at me one last time before the familiar darkness envelops his body. Oh, that's so disturbing to look at every time. Fritz. Now, Varg, be a good dog and get Lucette back to her room. When Varg appears, he is standing absolutely still, his eyes surveying everything calmly. There is an intensity to them, but it is sharp and contained. I flinch back from Varg's bright eyes. No. Varg, you were going to hurt her. Pardon? I don't intend to obey someone who would hurt the princess. Mother hisses in annoyance. I do not know how you inspire such loyalty, Lucette, but it is very inconvenient. Mother flicks her wrist, and a responding light flares out from behind her. My queen. Great. Reinforcements. I order you to restrain your pet, Mephros. At once, my queen. Mephros extends his hand toward Varg, and the minute he does, Varg's body stiffens and he grits his teeth. I always make sure to have control over any of my creations. This is not going as planned. You had a plan? Now, my darling. My hands shake, and Cinderella nearly tumbles from my hands as I struggle not to collapse. Since you have become so tainted by the thoughts these people have put into your head, I shall have to start all over again. But don't be afraid. Cleansing your memories will not hurt. And when you awake, you will be my daughter again, my dearest one. Mother reaches out her hand toward me. Every fiber of my being screams at me to move, but my feet are heavy, and I am shaking so hard I cannot stand straight. I do not want to forget anything, or anyone anymore. Behind me, the clock tower begins to chime. Not on my watch. Delora quickly runs in front of me and casts a protective shield. Delora, you can't... I will not let her erase any of your memories, Lisette. I brace myself for impact, and I feel the ground shudder as Mother's spell comes in contact with Delora's shield. A loud crack emanates from Delora's shield as it begins to crack. An offensive spell? You're going to kill your own daughter? Delora's words fade when we see another spell coming toward us. I hear a low laugh rise from Mother's throat. Goodbye, Delora. Lisette, run! Delora! I cough as clouds of smoke slowly fade away after the impact. My whole body feels as hollow as ice as I gaze at the sight before me. Delora's body lies on the floor in front of me, unmoving. I collapse to the ground, my vision blurry as I stare numbly at Delora's limp figure. No, this cannot be. I reach out to touch her, and sharply inhale when I feel how cold and clammy her skin is. No, Delora. Always conjure another shield after being hit by a powerful spell. Have you forgotten your lessons, traitor? Now she can finally reunite with her daughter. Neverland tumbles from my grasp as I grab Delora's arm to shake her. No, Delora, please! She's still breathing. She can be saved. She cannot die like this. A bright light appears before me, and suddenly Parfait is standing right in front of me. Hildur, what have you done? Faith, it's been a while. Parfait addresses me without looking back. Princess, do you have Neverland? Yes. I reach blindly for Neverland one hand as I keep the other on Delora's arm. A warm hand settles on my shoulders. The touch is comforting and familiar. Have faith, Princess. I will not allow you to leave, Fairy. Mephros casts his magic, but Parfait easily deflects it. She moves to cast a spell in retaliation, but doubles over as soon as the spell flares out and around her. Ugh. You are fading, Fave. The lucid itself is fading with you. My eyes lock with Varg's, and for a moment I can see Fritz through him. I see his lips move, but whatever words he speaks to me are mute. He shakes his head. The light begins to engulf me, and I see nothing apart from Delora's pale face on my lap. I do not move, even when the Martian walls come into existence around me. The place is devoid of its usual warmth. Water, hold on. Delora. She is not responding. I fight down the rising grief and try to remain calm as I turn to Parfait. Please, save her. Save her! Parfait glances down Delora, eyes glassy. It's as if she is hiding emotions behind a frigid mask. I feel that her mask is a reflection of my own. Any moment now, it will fall away, and I'll be able to see her tears. Princess. The spell that Hildur used was a powerful one. There's nothing I can do. The air in the Martian seems to leave all at once. No, that's not true. You have to... Who's that? Delora? She does not move, and her eyes are still closed as she speaks. Lisette, I'm sorry, but I can't stay. No, don't say that. I've been lucky. Hildur took my Loria, but I got you in return. I like to think that my daughter would have grown up to be someone like you. Delora, I believe in you, Lizette. I've always believed in you. You cannot leave, Delora. I won't let you leave. Delora's body does not move. I can feel the energy of her body slip through my fingers like sand. Her body slowly begins to fade away until only specks of glittering golden dust remain. A terrible, prickling cold seeps into my heart and chest, and the frigidness envelops my whole body. I cannot breathe. It's only when this teary-eyed parfait pulls me into a hug that I realize my throat is raw and that I've been screaming in grief. Reason number 2 why I don't like his route. I know I remember being tucked into bed. In the silence of the dark night, I can feel the absence of Delora like a hole in my chest. Sleepless hours tick by in a haze until the morning sun creeps through the window. Lizette, you didn't get any sleep, did you? I shake my head. I wish I could give you time to grieve. She died protecting me. I cover my face with my hands, and hot tears that I thought had dried begin pouring from my eyes again. Both of them, Garland and Delora, died because of me. This is my fault. If only I was strong enough, I could have. No, Princess. If it is anyone's fault, it is mine. Both Delora and Parfait keep owning up to this blame, but do either of them deserve any of it? Your mother and I were like sisters once. I couldn't bring myself to hurt her. Because of that, I didn't act in time to save her from Lieutenant Baron's corruption. If you are seeking to blame anyone, blame me. I am responsible for all of this needless pain, all because I could not stop Hildyr. I was too afraid to, and now I'm too weak. But what could you have done? Muller is... I don't think anything can stop Muller. The Lucis and Lieutenant Baron are inextricably linked to each other, and to their bearers. The crystalline cannot exist without each other. If one is destroyed, so is the other. What are you saying? We can stop Hildyr if we destroy Lucis. That will destroy the Tenebarium as well. Parfait, that's insane. This world has suffered from magic for 3 centuries. Maybe it is more bad than good. Perhaps the only solution is to remove the source of it forever. But Mother only survived because she was a Tenebarium bearer. She lives so long as the Tenebarium exists. If the Tenebarium is destroyed, Hildyr should die. But you're suggesting we destroy the Tenebarium through destroying the Lucis? Parfait smiles at me, but I find no comfort in it. I will only say it's my time. You cannot be serious. There has to be another way. There has already been so much suffering. Delora and Garland did not die, so you would have to give up your life as well. I'm not saying we make a decision now. After what happened with Varg, I have strengthened the Martians' defenses and added a glamour. For now, we are safe here. Breakfast will be ready soon. Join us when you're able. The others will need to know what happened last night. There must be another way to stop Mother. There has to be. By the time I make it to the dining area, the food is cold. I'm not surprised by the state of the food, but seeing Walt's in a grown-up body is definitely shocking. Oh, there he is. Oh, Walt's the big princess. Waltz quickly makes his way over toward me and kneels down. He looks almost like a knight, though he is lacking the armor. Thank you for breaking my curse. At least I was able to do something good, but still. Princess? I did not notice the tears rolling down my cheeks until he calls my title softly. Oops. Oh, what is this? Waltz so big has made the princess cry? No, it isn't Waltz. Delora believed I could accomplish 3 good deeds, and yet I... You like hot chocolate, right, darling? Aw, I'll get the mugs. Aw, they're so nice to her. Gently, Waltz leads me to a bench and sits next to me. Parfait hasn't told them what happened to Delora yet. All of them are smiling at me, trying to cheer me up, but how can I possibly smile now? I need to tell you all something. Hot chocolate first, talking later. You look pale, like you didn't sleep at all last night. And have you even eaten recently? Now that I think about it, no, I haven't. Rod, who I hadn't even realized was back in the Martian, stiffly stands up from his chair and walks away. He was here this whole time, just listening quietly in the corner. Did I say something wrong? Walt smiles at me as he pats my shoulder. We've sent Annis off to look after Jurian, so it's just us at the Martian. Rod's been taking care of meals, so he's probably going to get you something to eat. But why? Rod has never liked me. You saved his family from Varg, Princess. I doubt he minds cracking a few eggs for you. Rod comes back into the room and places utensils and a plate in front of me. It's filled with toast and scrambled eggs. I know it's not much, but you need to eat. I have no appetite, but he is right. I pick up my fork and stab a few eggs to try. This is good. Thank you. No problem. Aww. They're mending their sibling relationship. Suddenly, I'm incredibly aware of how famished I am. I shovel the rest of the food into my mouth eagerly. I'm eating the last remnants of my toast when Rumple comes back into a room holding far too many mugs for one person to manage. And now I present to you hot chocolate a la Rumple. Waltz jumps up to save the several mugs from Rumple's precarious hold. Ah, hot chocolate. How lovely. I knew this would happen, so I made plenty. Waltz and Rumple place the mugs on the table. Rumple counts all of them. 5, 6... Wait. Where is Lady Delora? The fork I'm holding clangers to the plate. It's the only sound in the suddenly quiet room. Delora passed away last night. What? The atmosphere shifts. Everyone is openly frowning, their eyes filled with regret. So the night ended up being a turncoat after all. Fritz had nothing to do with it. Fritz helped Delora get to me, just when Mother was going to take Neverland. We would have all made it out alive if Mother hadn't used her magic to summon Varg. Mother was going to erase all my memories again. I did not know what to do, so I just stood there. It was just like what happened with Garland. And now Delora is dead because of me. I cover my face with my hands as a too familiar grief bubbles up inside of me. Delora made a choice to protect you, Lizette, just like Garland made his choice to protect Jurian. The only thing we can do now is to make sure his sacrifices weren't in vain. Here. Waltz gently pushes a mug toward me. If there's one thing Delora taught us, it's that hot chocolate makes almost everything better. I stare at the mug and remember the last time I had hot chocolate with Delora. I would never have thought the drink I shared with her so many days ago would be the last. I bite my lip to keep myself from crying. So what do we do now? The plan hasn't changed. We still need to stop Hsialu and save the king. But how is the question? Waltz's voice is quiet. Lady Parfait. Does he know what Parfait plans to do? You know as well as I do that there's only one way now, Waltz. Parfait quickly explains what she told me about destroying the Lucis to destroy the Tenebrarum. But if we do so by destroying the Lucis, you will die. I refuse to let that happen, Lady Parfait. Delora sacrificed her life to have Princess Lucette bring back Neverland, and now you're telling us that was useless and that there is no other way? If any of you have an alternative, please tell us. I don't want to lose any more of you over my mistake. But we cannot lose you either. I have a suggestion. Let me get this straight. Lady Parfait is going to act as bait to lure Hsialu out of the palace and to the gates. And the rest of us will help distract her long enough so that you can get to your father. Once the king is safely at the Martian, Mother cannot use him as a bargaining chip anymore. After that, we'll have nothing left to lose. We'll be able to go all out against Mother. The efforts we spared in bringing back Neverland would not go to waste. Waltz will use his magic to give us the upper hand. Though to be honest, I would still like to try and reason with her one last time. Princess, Hsialu cannot be... I cannot accept that your death is the only thing that will achieve our goal in stopping Mother. You told me before that Mother was a kind person. If I could somehow reach out to who she used to be, then perhaps it is possible that we could end this without any additional bloodshed. Everyone turns silent, their faces grim. I know this is not the best and most concrete plan, but please let me try it. I want to hope that the person my mother used to be is still there. This is my fight as well. I need to do something. The least I can do is save my father and stop Mother without Parfait needing to sacrifice herself. It will be dangerous, but I beseech all of you, please help me. I want to believe that my old friend is still in there as well. Okay, let's do this. Chapter 10, The Hunter. It took a lot to convince everyone that I needed to enter the palace alone. It is the people outside who are fighting Mother that need the greater strength. Bringing any one of them with me would have greatly diminished that strength. I must quickly find the king. Mother always made sure to leave the king in the throne room whenever she left, so it follows that she will leave him there now. It's too quiet in here. I push open the doors and stop in the doorway. The king is sitting on his throne, the vacant expression fixed to his face. He does not so much as flinch as I step inside. I tentatively make my way to the throne. Your Majesty? He does not speak. His eyes remain fixated in the same place, as if he is looking through me. Is he gone forever? Angel needs you. The king I know would never leave his kingdom to ruin. I'm standing close enough to him that I could reach out and touch him if I wanted to. What do I have to do to save you? Oh, so now you're being nice to him. I whirl around and place myself in between the king and Varg. All those years I had the opportunity to reach out to him, but you never did. So I guess the king had to be missing his soul for you to care about him. What are you doing here, Varg? Someone had to keep an eye on the old man. The queen thought someone might try to take the old man while she was busy. I had a feeling it would be you who'd return. You can't bear the thought of losing someone else, can you? What are you going to do then? I'm not leaving without the king. Varg is silent as he makes his way toward me. I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to stop him, but I will not move. I cannot let him take the king, and I will not succumb to his threats. It is at that moment, just as he is about to reach out to me, that he suddenly drops to his knees and puts a hand to his chest, his expression pained. I just need a little more time. What is happening to him? He manages to talk to me through gritted teeth. You shouldn't have come here alone, especially not with the big bad wolf here. It's my job to destroy you, you know. He flashes me a wicked grin, but the expression is shockingly short-lived. It's replaced by a soft smile. But this big bad wolf can't do that. You can't destroy a person you've fallen in love with. Ew, my gosh. How are you in love with me? Varg looks at me, amused. How? Playing Fritz. This is never meant to happen, but I can't help feelings that were there from the get-go. Yay, Regina, you're here! Let's go! We are on the last chapter of Fritz's route. The queen wasn't pleased here at night, so she tried to erase him forever. But he hung on. He was pretty sure that if he could be strong, so could he. He looks up at me with such sadness I actually feel guilt stir within me, and I'm not entirely sure why. I don't think Fritz could ever deserve you. Deserve me? But he's more worthy of you than I will ever be. I'm nothing more than the moth drawn to your fire. I can only ever be burned by you. Maybe Fritz will have better luck. Gosh, he's really making me feel bad for him. Shadows begin to gather around Varg's feet and start to slowly swirl up the length of his body. Does that mean Fritz is coming back? I know that this is the only thing you would ever want from me. I just want to tell you how I felt. Just that. Gods know that Fritz is incapable. But he is capable of one thing. He's a good hunter. He defeated me fair and square to save Little Red. And now I have no choice but to step aside. So Fritz has overpowered Varg? Try to miss me, princess. Think about me every now and then. That will be enough. Varg, what are you? Oh yeah, this part always makes me kind of sad. Goodbye, my princess. Like the way he said, try to think about me. He smiles at me, his cocky grin fade into a gentle smile. The shadows cloak him fully, making him a little less than a silhouette. I just want to know, like, how... Like, was that the proper way to break his curse, or is his curse just never broken? He just leaves on his own will. I keep myself firmly positioned in front of my father. The darkness eventually dissipates, and there, standing in the moonlight, is a familiar face. Fritz, I'm back. I look at him with blurry eyes. I'm sorry for taking so long, princess. I'm running before I even realize my feet are moving. I'm overwhelmed with so many emotions, none of which I can put a name to in this moment. I know only that I'm happy, so happy Fritz is back. Oh! That jump scared me. I throw my arms around his neck and kiss him. Ooh. Okay. Fritz pulls his arms around my waist, pulling me closer. Yeah, his curse is really complicated. This is him. This is Fritz's heartbeat, his scent, his warmth. He came back to me. Oh jeez. Thoughts swirled through my foggy head. I step away from him ever so slightly, suddenly aware of the heat in my cheeks. Oh, now you're aware of it? Wait, did I just kiss Fritz? Are you kidding me? I cannot bring myself to move away from his grasp, but I suddenly cannot bring myself to look up at him either. Why did I just... Fritz's gentle laugh brings me back to my senses. Though it's hard to parse the feelings inside me, I can at least be certain that I love the smile he is giving me right now. This feels like a dream. It does. And not just because of what happened, but because Fritz is here. Really here. Fritz leans forward to slowly brush a strand of hair away from my face. My heart pounds in my chest with a subtle touch. Once again, my mind is reeling of considerations. I guess my only, comfort, I guess, is that Varg is still a part of Fritz, you know? So he's still kind of there, I guess. If the princess says it isn't a dream, then it must be real because I trust her with all my heart. I thought I lost you for good. And I'll flinch away when Fritz pulls me closer so that I'm resting against his chest. But how did this happen? Did you overwhelm Varg? Varg erased himself. Oh, never mind him. How is that possible? He's always had that ability, but he's never had any reason to consider using it before. That's such a strange add-on. Like, it's like creating a robot and then giving it a self-destruct button and then just be like, you can use it on yourself when you want, you know? I don't know when you would need it, but then why now? Because he cared for you. My love for you is so strong, I must have affected him too. Yes, Fritz, it's all you. It's all you. You love me? Varg said the same thing and he blamed Fritz, so it is true. Fritz smiles and I feel his warmth spread inside me like sunlight. Always is that. Aww, but sometimes I feel like what if Fritz what if Fritz just has Stockholm Syndrome, to be honest? I mean, he served her for years, and even though, like, she's horrible to him, I mean, I get that he's seen her in her, like, vulnerable state, and, like, he understands her in that sense, but still. Well, this is quite the scandal. Fritz moves to stand in front of me. My queen is not going to be pleased, and my curse is so weak that even Sir Festival could break it. I do not think even I am safe from her wrath. Yeah. So upset. Unless there's an off-screen mental battle. Yeah, I'm sure there is. There was, but... I mean, it happened several times throughout the route, but... yeah. Poor Varg. Like, he was just a tragic character, I guess, even though he was still creepy. If I believe her disappointment on me will be second to the disappointment she feels for you. After all, you choose a lowly knight. How dare you? What do you mean, a lowly knight? Princess. I stopped short at Fritz's tone. You have an important task, don't you? The king. But Melrose... Trust me. Fritz released my hand to pull out his sword, sinking easily into her ready stance. I'll protect you. You think you could possibly prevail over me? Now, when you have no cane, no power at all? Don't make me laugh. Fritz strikes, his slash quick and clean, taking Melrose by surprise. Fritz manages to cut his sword through his shoulder. Melrose hisses as he clutches its bleeding shoulder. The hatred is bright in his eyes. As Fritz rushes to Melrose, I run toward the king. You think a mere swordsman can best on the queen's apprentices? I'd be more wary if I were you, Sir Melrose. I approach a king who has yet to move from his spot. Well, he can't, he's brainwashed. What do I do? How can I possibly move him? I need to wake him up. But how? Your Majesty, I have been selfish. I was always so concerned with my own feelings and my own pain. I reached out a trembling hand and set atop one of his hands. Now I realize you were trying to help. It may have been lackluster, but you genuinely tried. I've been so unfair to you, just like Mother was. I do not know if words are enough to make up for what I have done, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being so cruel to you. Please, I need you. I stare hard into my father's eyes, but there is no movement, no recognition. I dip my head in mourning and bite my lip as I try to think of another way to save him. But my thoughts subside when a flash of light permeates my mission. My vision. It is only for a moment, but when I look up, I can suddenly see life in my father's eyes. Who's that? Your Majesty. I reach out to hug him, and he wraps his arms around me. I feel like I've been asleep for a long time. And then I heard your voice. It sounded as if you needed me. What has happened? He eyes the motion behind me. I raise his eyebrows. He attempts to stand, but his knees shake and buckle. I duck underneath one of his arms to help him back onto the throne. The king stiffens and he glances at the battle ensuing behind me. Sir Melrose and Sir Fitzgerald? What is going on here? The king has broken the enchantment? Impossible. I told you not to underestimate her. Your Majesty, we need to get you out of here. What is happening here? Mother suddenly materializes in the center of the room, standing right before Melrose and Fritz, who has the witch at sword point against the front doors. But Mother is not alone. Mother has Parfait in a tight grip, but the moment I call her name she releases her, and Parfait tumbles to the floor. Crimson stains her dress. Parfait, you're bleeding! Parfait does not move to acknowledge me. Faye would not let go, so I had to bring her with me. Not that it matters. What did you do to her? Where are the others? They retreated like cowards, persistent things. I would have killed them, had Faye not sacrificed herself. I let out a sigh of relief. They're all okay and alive. You still care so much about those traitors. I can understand your attachment to them. Mother turns her attention away from me and the two men who are at a standstill. Melrose, you disappoint me. Oh my god. With a flick of her hand, Fritz is pulled away from Melrose and across the throne room toward me. I move to steady Fritz as he stumbles beside me. I'm sorry, my queen. I have given you too much chances to prove yourself worthy. You have failed me too many times, Myth. You are of no use to me anymore. Oh. But my queen, I've done everything you wanted me to. Please, give me one more chance. I promise Silence. Mother's voice is as cold and sharp as ice. Leave before I erase you from my sight. Please, my queen. Mother casts a spell on Melrose that is all too familiar. It's the same spell she used to kill Delora. Melrose does not even have a chance to defend himself as Mother's spell shocks his body. Such a pest. I don't even know why I kept that useless fool all these years. I slowly turn to look at Melrose. He is no longer standing, but lays unmoving on the floor. I feel bile rising in my throat. I cannot believe Mother just did that to him. How could you take away the man's life so easily, Hildyr? How can you be so heartless? It's the first time I ever heard my father speak to Mother that way. Heartless? I am heartless. You shattered my heart many years ago when you hunted my kind. You did this to me. Out of the corner of my eye, I know his movement. In moments, Parfait moves to stand before us, blocking us from Mother. Even though her clothes are soaked in blood and she is clearly wounded, Parfait has never looked so regal before. You! Parfait's hands move, before resting over her chest where light begins to gather in her hands. Yeah, I know. This route is just like the death route. In the blink of an eye, glittering golden crystal appears above her hands. Is that the Lucis? But the light the Lucis is emitting isn't even. As I look closer, I can see that it is cracked. What are you doing? The only thing that can stop you. My heart plummets as I realize what Parfait is going to do. Parfait, no! If Parfait hears me, she gives no indication. If you do this, you'll die, Fave. You'll die, and remove all magic from Anjou forever. Nothing else will stop you, will it? Your hatred for the humans, the corruption from the Tenebarium, when it runs too deep. I see that now. Magic was never meant to be used in malice, Hildyr. So long as witches can be corrupted, magic will always pose a threat. I can't allow that to happen. I want to change things with Delora, but... what gives you the right to decide what to do with the magic? I'm the Lucis bearer. I have a responsibility to maintain balance. But I see now that there can be no balance when the crystallum exists. Light begins to gather, first around Parfait's feet and then around her body. It slowly begins to make its way toward Mother. In no time at all, the light swarms around their bodies. A white crystal suddenly appears in front of Mother. The Tenebrarum. I won't let you do this, Fate. It is too late for that. The golden light of the Lucis intensifies. I can hear the crystal shattering from the inside out. No! The Tenebrarum breaks soon after, its fragments slowly fading with the bright light. Mother and Parfait's images begin to do the same, despite Mother's struggle. Both Lei and the crystallum slowly dissipate into the mist. No! I lunge forward, but Fritz's arms are suddenly around my waist, holding me still. Mother snarls as she attempts to escape Parfait, but the light around her creates a thick box she cannot escape from. You would die for the humans that have hunted my kind because of their fairy tales? No, I'm dying for you, Elder, so that for once I might save you from yourself. Mother chokes out a laugh. You are a fool, Fate. Perhaps I am, but at least I would die of hope in my heart. Mother turns to look at me in the blinding light. Parfait's concentration never wavers as she turns to settle her eyes on me as well. Mother's face is fading in a glow, but her voice is clear. I truly did love you, Luzette. Everything I have done, everything I did out of love. Parfait smiles at me gently. It is a sign of goodbye. There is a brief burst of light, and for a few moments I am blinded. When my vision returns, I see Fritz first. He is staring where Parfait and Mother had been only moments ago. On the floor where they stood moments ago, there is now only dust. And that is our last death count, I think. With the loss of the crystal, magic vanished from Angeal. All the fairy tale curses broke simultaneously, and all witches and fairies lost their power. As soon as it disappeared, I turned to an education center centered around the knowledge of Angeal rather than magic. I had decided, back then, that I would do anything to help Angeal and its people, yet needed to start first by educating myself. I started to follow my father on his trips around the kingdom. I'd even started to accompany Emma Lane on all her trips outside the palace. Fritz has remained by my side for the past month. He comes with me every day I visit the graves. Carefully, so as not to disturb the flowers, during I left earlier, I leaned down to place my lilies by each gravestone. Garland, Delora, Parfait, and the last is always the hardest. With a deep breath, I walk up to the fourth gravestone. I stare at it for a long time before I finally set a lily down. Mother. Fritz and I stand there in silence as we grieve for our lives lost that day. I look up into the sky and smile as I stare at the warm rays of the sun. I shift my gaze at Fritz, who smiled at me. He has never left my side since that day. Fritz has already told me that he loves me, but I have yet to tell him my own feelings. Fritz? Yes? I didn't have the chance to ask this before, but... How can you possibly love me? Yeah! I have been so horrible, not just to you, but to everyone around me. Fritz's expression softens. He gently tilts my chin upwards so I have to look at him as he speaks. For as long as I've known you, you've had to deal with things no one should have to go through. You were forced to live in the Queen's shadow because others refused to see past your relationship to her. You've been alone for so long, I could see how much you were hurting. But despite all that pain, you remained strong. You've always been strong. From the beginning, all I've wanted to be was someone you could rely on, someone you could trust, someone who would always be there for you. Sigh. I must have trusted him from the beginning too. Fritz was the only one I allowed to get close to me. That's true. That's true. So in a way, I do like this couple, but I don't know. The route is just so sad. I do not look away from him, but instead I stare back into his eyes with conviction. I know I may not have shown it, but I did trust you. I've always been able to tell. You wear your heart on your sleeve. I do not. Fritz laughs, and the slight cockiness of his smile reminds me a little bit of someone else. It's been years since you became a responsibility. Once I learned your tales, you became an open book. Oh, she thought of him. He surprises me by putting his forehead to mine. The feeling of him so close is comforting. I love the way you're so careful whatever you consider precious. I love how your eyes light up when you eat a good pastry. I love whenever you rely on me. I bite down my lip as I blink back tears. No one has ever had that kind of faith in me. Before I knew it, you'd made a spot for yourself in my heart. And I began to want, to hope that one day I would be as dear to you as you are to me. I stare at Fritz, the tears pooling in my eyes. He wipes away a tear before it can roll down my cheek. I've never felt so cherished before. I did not step away when he leans forward to plant a kiss on my forehead. Eek. Oh good, it's not the kiss. It's just pure hand-holding. Yay! I hold out my hand and Fritz comes to my side. I feel the warmth of his fingers and smile. When things begin to overwhelm me, he never fails to calm me. I grip his hand more tightly. Who's that? I love you. Aww, you know that, right? I've known for a while, but it's nice to hear it all three. Oh, they're cute. And I'll say it for as long as you want me to. Oh, they're cute. They're cute. Gross. For the rest of our lives, then. Oh, it gets worse. Princess and her knight, huh? Does that matter? No, it doesn't. Even if there was such a rule, I'd abolish it once I become queen. Lex. Fritz starts to laugh. As always, his laughter is full of so much joy, it lifts my heart. I want to hear it for the rest of my life. And maybe, just maybe, I'll be able to. Aw, they're cute, but the route is horrible. Like, I hate it. I hate it. Oh my god. Like, I hate it in the sense that there are so many deaths, but I don't, like, at the same time, it's not like I think it's done poorly or anything. It's written very, very well. I just wish there wasn't so many deaths. Like, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, but yeah. Oh no, not Varg. I need to count how many CGs Varg has compared to Fritz because I swear I've almost only been seeing Varg. Ew, I hate that CG. I hate that CG. That's so creepy. That scene was so creepy. Oh my god. Oh yeah, they did Leah magic in here. Completely. Which is nice. Yeah, if I remember, because to be honest, even though Waltz's route is my favorite, I don't remember it in detail either. But I think like my impression is that Waltz's route is almost a complete opposite of Fritz's route. As far as the vibe goes, I don't know. And they live happily ever after, probably. I wonder what Waltz does now that magic is gone. Alright! So we actually finished it this time in one playthrough. That's amazing. That's amazing. Anyway, I actually do need to check the CG. Yes, there is more lore in Waltz. Like everything just gets revealed in Waltz's route, I think. Yeah. I know, I don't know, like since like the two routes were Fritz and Waltz's routes were locked, I always assume that those two are like the true endings. With Fritz being the more tragic ending. Poor Fritz, I like him, but his route just makes me feel so bad afterward. Alright, Fritz, okay, let me count. 1, 2, 3, look at his face in this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, fine, he has 7 CGs, and Varg has 4. Fine. It was a lot, and that one if you count the bad end. Okay, fine. That's fine. That is fine. And Varg has all the creepy VG, except for this one. This one was alright, I guess. This one was sad. Yeah, that one I do not like. Alright, yes. Yes, let's look at the other CGs now that I think about it. Okay. Oh, there's the kiss. I was like, does Rumble not get a kiss? There it is. There it is. Huh, he gets a kiss pretty early on compared to everyone else, huh? Let me see. Let me see. Karma's... Fritz, Varg has his disgusting kiss, and so technically I guess Fritz got 2 kisses. I don't know. I don't think I will be doing bad ends, because if I want to do bad ends, I feel like I should have done the bad ends first and then do the good ends. And I've already done the bad ends before. I don't really want to relive that, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like if I want to do a bad end, I should have done the good ends, all the good ends first. I've done all the bad ends first and then end with the good ends. So I wouldn't leave a bad aftertaste, like... well, I mean, I guess Fritz's route would leave a bad aftertaste either way, because of frickin' Varg. Does Rod get a kiss? Oh, there it is. Dreams. The very disturbing, traumatic dreams. I do like the art style of the dreams, though. It's really cool. The sketchy art style. Alright. And we only have what's left. We only have what's left. Great, look at him. Right in the middle. Right in the middle. Yeah, for me, Waltz's route is the true end. Like, I see it as the true end, even though I do like Waltz's route the best, actually. I was gonna say, even though I like Rod's route the best, and I'm like, no, wait. Rod comes second, Rod's route comes second, and also it ends kind of bittersweetly as well, so yeah. The sus streams! Oh yeah, totally. Alright, so... I still can't believe we went through that in one setting. That's great. That's great. So now we can just jump straight into waltzes next week. Hooray! Alright. So, we're stopping here today, and I will have a collab stream tomorrow with Nanal as usual, and we will be playing Guess the Lyrics. That'll be fun. And yeah, I guess so. I guess that's it. Hope to see you guys there. And oh yeah, we saw 1 and 3. You like Karma the best. Yeah. I do like Karma. After playing his route again, yeah, I do like Karma's route. Wait. Yeah. I was like, wait, did I like Karma's route? Like, there was nothing not to like about it, I guess. Yeah. Alright, so, right, collab stream tomorrow, guess the lyrics, and it'll be fun, I think. We'll be chaotic as usual. I mean, I'll try not to be, but she will be chaotic, and that's fine. Alright, and I'll let you guys know when we're going to stream Cinderella Phenomenon again. Yes. Alright. Thank you so much for stopping by, and I hope to see you guys tomorrow or sometime next week. I don't know, whenever you guys want. And until our next day break.